Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Hello there. Welcome to the final Zelda RP video you'll ever see. Unless you watch a different person's Zelda RP or you rewatch the sessions before this one.
Yeah, just watch the previous one. Just watch it in reverse.
Reverse Zelda RP challenge. Starting
watch it
from
the
back.
epilogue to backstory session 1, and then you'll see the full picture.
We call it the manga book challenge. To start from the back.
It's like how you find the secret ending. You have to watch it backwards, and it'll load up like in that fucking indie game.
Yeah.
Or alternatively,
I'll show you the
you
hidden
just,
scene.
you just pick videos at random. We can call that the Beyond Two Souls method.
It's so crazy that they read stories from the end first in Japan. That's wild.
It's kind of exciting, yeah. Like,
That's
I don't
wild.
think I understand it, but maybe they like see something I don't.
I'm just imagining Eric going to a bookstore in Japan and then just turning to like the first page and just going like, "Oh man, I didn't see that coming."
What do you mean, guy does? Oh.
Oh man, but Griffith was such a cool guy. Just,
That's Berserk, right?
yeah.
Yeah, it's Berserk.
I just like the idea of just a turn to the first page. Oh man. Everybody.
The funniest thing is you put the reverse with someone from Japan reading an American comic book. And it's the same thing.
Oh man.
It's the same. Oh, Superman dies.
Thank you very much, the True Blue, not me, I'm the fake one, for the $50. Thank you very much.
Hell yeah.
Appreciate that. Guys, we are going to be going into the final Zelda game. And as we are going into it, I will say, and I've said this several times at this point, but I really loved this game. Despite the fact that I've rewrote it more times than I think I've had streamed games, despite the fact the room has been destroyed more times than any other room that I have, despite the fact that it is been a bit of a bitch to keep all of the different assets for it. I don't have them all, despite the fact that I have lost 2 computers since starting this campaign, and as such do not have hardly any of the things that I started with whenever things gone through. I've really enjoyed this campaign, and I've enjoyed hanging out with all of you guys.
It's been an incredible journey.
And obviously this isn't the last time that we're gonna all be role-playing and things, but it is definitely
This was the last one.
is definitely been a fun one. It's the longest one so far. I'm probably going to be saying that again after other things like go off at some point, but I don't know if I'm going to have just a straight up 1 to 155 ever again. I don't think that's
We'll see.
possible.
Be careful what you say.
Do I hear a fucking challenge?
Yeah, that sounds like a challenge.
But yeah, it's been a good time. Thank you guys very much for showing up here every Monday and playing games with me. You guys and your characters are super fun, and you guys have always been a joy to DM for. Yeah.
You've always been a joy to be damned for.
What?
It's been a great time.
Okay.
I love coming here to take battle XP from hitting the final boss and then leaving. It's pretty good. I'm glad to have done it again. I love doing this.
You just walk up, hit with a boomerang, stare to the sky. I contributed.
You have 2 characters worth of XP that you've taken.
It's literally
And it will
like
continue to happen.
it's like an MMO when you're running towards like the world boss when it's like when you got.
I contributed to the.
I'm farming for that assist bonus.
I contributed to the damage. I would like to roll greed on the loot. if not need.
God.
You're that person that runs in, hits it at the last second, and then gets the mount and flies away on it. And everyone just looks at everyone has to watch.
Oh, I love you guys so much.
We're
God, that guy
gonna.
was an asshole.
We're not dying, Emerald.
We might be.
I am.
You don't know
Oh.
that.
You're not dying. You're just going back in the cryopod. It's easy. Fine. Different.
We're jumping ourselves back into the thing here. I did just realize that I have the thing up because it's there and we don't need it up in this one. So we're going to go to the interface and turn that off. It is now gone. But, hello, my guys. Who wants to tell me what happened last time? You know what? I think it'll be me. We came back last time with all of you falling and taking a massive amount of falling damage and dying.
Yeah.
But in
That was
those
fun.
precious few seconds before dying, a what if scenario flashed before all of your eyes.
155 episodic adventures later.
No. But no, you guys made your way down, and as you did, the goddess was able to tap in to the strength of the two gods that you guys had inside of some of your bodies that you were keeping safe. They were also able to tap in potentially to part of the Triforce of Power. And as they were able to do this, as everyone fell downwards down to the surface, while it wasn't a clean hit, some of you did pass out and wake up several hours later due to either your fight with Ganon or to the exposure to all that magic. Everyone woke up safe. When they woke up, there were extras. There was an extra Polo and an extra Obra for reasons that were immediately explained as them being new bodies for the gods that were inhabited by them, that were able to, because they helped out and because they were healthy enough by the end, they were able to come out into the mortal realm and at this point have a bit of a time, bit of a place for them to be about and mess about with things. Upon speaking with everybody, you guys had essentially began to reminisce on your adventure. You were able to talk about how much each of you meant to each other and how much you enjoyed being able to help each other with different things, how much you all missed Gorthos, who had just been brought back to the realm of the living. And you were able to explain several things that had happened in the last few sessions that if you don't know what I'm talking about, go back and watch them. They're gonna be there. There's no more. If you've made it this far, there's no more. Just watch it. Through shenanigans, with learning of different things, with everyone getting used to the idea of several people being added down to their group, with the idea that the rest of the people around are taking care of the other monsters and other things that are in the area. You guys eventually made your way back home. Shefos was able to fix the portal system that take you guys all around the different areas, and you all had some interactions with some people. For example, Marco was able to go home. They were able to hang out with their family, learn what was going on with their father, and figure out that he is basically under house arrest.
As he should be.
But also that the sisters at this point are done breaking his balls and will definitely feel like they're going to want a actual Marco statue commissioned. Not sure what they're going to do with the other one, but they'll figure out something. But definitely knowing that they want to have the entire world know what their hero brother looks like. There was an interaction between the new Obra, which is not Obra, but you know, as Sahal was able to be a little bit nervous about meeting with Ronan and with Obra, not knowing how they would react to the face of that person being stolen, not wanting to come in between anything, not wanting to make anyone think of any horrible memories because of the scar, don't want anyone to have any problems. Obra thought it was hilarious and was picking on both of them, making jokes and cracks at both Ronan and the god that was inside of a body similar to their own. But it seemed like everything was going well there. Polo was able to not only speak with Shefos, but also speak with Jasna. Both of them talking about how things have changed, how much things have going by since they had last been around each other, and showing that they cared for each other, wanting to make things go less than how everybody separated before. They want to more be around each other and be a part of each other's lives going forward. And also Galen came in and was talking about playing with the god that's inside Polo's hair.
Should we help him? Is he good? Is he okay?
He's probably fine.
Oh, cool. All right, whatever.
I feel like the question is, am I okay? Because I'm not sure if I am.
We also had a more silent goodbye as Atalanta, the hero of the Kokiri, returned to the village, making sure everybody was fine, making sure the people were able to see the new Deku tree being planted, making sure that everything would have been going well for that time. And they wanted to speak with their descendant. They wanted to talk and apologize to Argo for everything that had happened with them. However, Argo said that they were always around and that they were the reason they were able to get through most of the things that had happened with them. And Atalanta, without saying another word to the other people or anything, said goodbye to Argo. But Argo looked back and said goodbye to her with a knowing thing as Atalanta left to potentially never be seen again from the people here. There is still another Atalanta there, but this specific Atalanta returned to take their place in the timeline that they're not entirely sure still needs to have happen, but they want to make sure that this piece does not get interrupted, that this future is the future that is the one that will always be. They left being the absolute fucking hero that they definitely were the whole time. There was conversation with Polo and their brothers about taking over the demon lands, renaming the demons potentially to something that would be a bit more able to be accepted by people, but not only that, just something that doesn't have as much of a negative connotation. They also were talking about naming their new capital as well as building it. They were talking about how taking over the different places in the Demon Kingdom would be something that they would love to be able to do. That way they would have more order in that place. They talked about how they wanted to set everything up so that whenever Polo did take it back from them, whenever Polo took the throne and everything else that they wanted from that, that they would have a place that not only was in working order, but also a place that respected them. And Polo themselves had a lot of great ideas to give them in the thought process of that, hoping that they can show forth that the people that they have, that the full demons and half demons and everyone that's around can show that they are peaceful and would just be like any other person. And Ronan had wanted to go and collect a gem to make a powerful magic item to attempt to give to Obra, a ring, because he had seen other people giving rings away to people. And whenever they were talking about getting this ring, they wanted to find this powerful gem that would be able to help, but they were told that that necessarily wasn't what the custom was about. They were told that it's less of a thing of utility and more of a thing of feeling. That it would be a lot better if they were able to get a gem or some kind of item that would mean a lot to them. They made their way, immediately knowing where to go, over to Obra's Cove, grabbed one of the gems that grew along the area there, the magic gems that basically shined and always reminded him of Obra and reminded Obra of peace. One of the places that she could always find comfort and peace growing up. As he returned with it, hoping to get Gorthos and Brock to help them make something with it. The goddess praising the ingenuity and the feelings that are coming off of their chosen people, because again, the Zora consider themselves the chosen people of Hyrule, despite Hyruleans also claiming the same thing. But who's at the lake, though? But who's at the lake?
Honestly, many races were chosen, but Gorthos gave up trying to explain that to everyone.
But do they have the lake? That is a sacred lake.
They cannot read the second waters of the lake, so therefore we are the chosen one.
Well, well, well.
We can all agree it's not the Sheikah.
Yeah, no, we agree.
But anyway, with all of that being said, we're going to come back to what everybody would like to do here, round robin style. We've been going around hoping to get to the next and the next and the next to see what is going off and about. I believe what we had said last time, the next person is either Marco or is I don't remember. We're not having Clavier do anything. Clavier flew off.
He's already he flew off.
Clavier's
gone
like,
back to his
I have you, my master, and then thank you, Clavier.
See you in Zelda 2 when the moon comes down or something. Goodbye.
I will be the villain in that one, probably.
Oh, good. Oh, anything you want, master. Even though you're very small.
I'm so powerful.
Yes, you are.
I believe it was either Marco or Jasna.
It was Marco.
Marco, you had an idea last time, and then we all picked on you until you forgot it or
and
you
then
didn't want to do
God
it.
struck you down.
And then God also struck you down, and you lost your internet.
And random kick of my leg.
And
Yes.
it was so funny. Do you have an idea of what you want to do now, or do you want to hold on to that again for later?
I'm gonna be that guy and hold on to it for later.
Oh,
Instead, I will go and find the demons.
You would like to go to the demons?
did.
Which demons?
The demon siblings. The Eve and Lucifer.
Emerald, you're doing me a 9/11 on me.
I don't believe it.
Marco, you would make your way. This will be the next day or any given time after the return and after hanging out with your family. But you would make your way at some point over to Demon Con. As you do, you would find that Demon Con currently is pretty bustling. You would see that there is quite a amount of not guests per se, but definitely people up at the Demon Manor.
Mhm.
You do find that while there is obviously a Lucifer, a Eve, a Modeus, there is no, you would also find that there are several Gorons off and about the entirety of the place. It does look as if, because the Goron village was left abandoned, a lot of them did not immediately return. You guys also don't have a teleport area to go to the Goron's place, so they have to walk there. So it does look like the Demon Manor currently is being taken up by quite the number of Gorons who are off and about. You would see that there are several notable faces staying around the main floor of it, waiting to potentially go and speak with Gorthos or go and speak with other people. They are also basically being on call in case anyone needs anything before returning to their village, because theirs are basically fine. Like, nothing really happened there except for the fire temple, but then nobody wants to start working on the fire temple right now.
It's on the list. It's on the bottom of the list.
It's on the to-do list. We'll work on the fire temple. We'll have Gorthos work on the fire temple.
We'll have Gorthos and our great sculptor man work on the fire temple. It'll be fine.
They're just gonna bring Gorthos up one day. It's like, hey, what did you want to show me about? And he just looks at the fire temple like, right. Well, see you all in a year. Steps over.
Come on, bring me the map. I'll rebuild it from the map.
But yes, you find that a lot of them are moving off and about. A lot of them are trying to be as hospitable as they can. You do find Lucifer, Modeus, and Eve in the main hall of the section there.
He will approach them.
As you approach, you do find that Lucifer, the one in the very front, does look kind of awkward as you approach. He looks back to the other two, and they're all like, yeah, we know him. Yeah, that's the person. Because, again, this was not, they were not around for the first one. They were actually a pretend. They were a body double the first time you guys had seen anyone.
Body double, yes.
However, Lucifer does look over towards you. Welcome. Thank you for returning, champion. I'm sorry I don't, still sort of sorting everything out, but
I know.
You're always welcome here, obviously.
Thank you. I came by because there's been something on my mind for a while and I need to say something about it. Eve, wanted to say that I am so sorry that I couldn't find you sooner. After everything that happened.
You're sorry? I mean,
I didn't detect the trap that took you away. It's my fault.
I never saw it that way, Marco. We were going through that place together and I was just as eager as you to go into there. I should have honestly knew better than to just open something like that randomly. But
I was the experienced spelunker and I should have thought or said something about it. It was too obvious of a trap that I just didn't think about it. And with everything that happened to you after that, I can't help but feel regret and shame for not being able to do anything sooner.
We didn't really get to speak after they brought me back from the desert. I'm sorry, I didn't know that you had blamed yourself for that.
You're not the one that's supposed to be apologizing, I am. It's my fault and I'm sorry.
I'm not entirely sure how to accept, but in the end, you all were able to come and rescue me. So, I will accept your apology, but you did not need to have it. If it weren't for all of you, I'd still be stuck there, or worse.
I know.
Tell you what. I know the way you can make it up to me.
Anything.
show me how I can be more careful? I don't want to stop, despite that terrible thing that happened to me. I don't wish to stop going into places like that. It was a rush. It felt wonderful. And quite honestly, I felt happy in the moment. And whenever I did find my way wherever I ended up, unfortunately they moved me around several times. But whenever I did find a way there, I felt, well, I always knew that whether it was something that I did or whether it wasn't something I regretted. I never really got to step out of my comfort zone like that before. And it was fun. It was very exciting.
I'm glad. And of course, I could show you everything I know, really.
Well, they look back around. I'm not sure whenever I'm going to be getting off from here. The Gorons are running everyone ragged. But the next time you find somewhere interesting, if you don't mind having someone to come with you.
Of course. You'll be first on the list.
Thank you. And again, I truly do mean thank you, Marco.
Of course. You're welcome.
The next time I trigger a trap, I'll be sure it isn't going to teleport me away somewhere. It might blow us up, though, so be prepared for that.
Of course, I'm always prepared for that. That's like the big thing I do. Is explode the traps. I should let y'all get back to what you're doing.
Do you want anything to eat? Modeus made a lot of those noodles that he made before. The Gorons really like them.
Knowing that there's Gorons, there's definitely going to be leftovers, so sure.
You see him look away. I'm not sure how I should take it, though.
Oh?
They usually eat rocks. I think you should take it as a compliment.
If they normally eat rocks and they're preferring to eat your food, that means your food's really good. But so I'm pretty sure they have like specific kinds of rocks that are edible over there. Like they're like a delicacy, if I remember right.
They say that some of them are things called rock steaks and other things like that. I do not see or feel or taste a difference. I tried handing them a chunk of rock salts, and they said that I was a wonderful chef.
They're also Goron. From what we've seen, they're very what's that saying about rocks?
Either way, if you want some very salty noodles, let me know.
Sure. I'd love some.
Coming right up. Lucifer goes to get away. Again, just out of this, he's like, I feel like a fourth wheel. I know that usually that's needed, but I want to leave. As he will rush away to go and get you food because he does not know what else to do with his life at the moment.
Poor Lucifer.
He's always like that. He has never really been that much of a social butterfly. Honestly, whenever he started taking up more responsibilities around here, we probably should have noticed something was wrong.
Maybe. Oh well. Can't change the past.
At this point, you find yourself staying for noodles. Is there anything else you would like to do here with the demons?
Nope, that is... I mean, unless she finds time that she's free and I could teach her things immediately, which I don't think there is.
You want to immediately go spelunking? You want to immediately go spelunking?
No.
You don't want to go on those rocks? You don't want to taste those rocks?
It's fine. we can go on to the next person.
We will go at this point to Jasna. Jasna,
What up?
is there any person you would like to go and speak to? Is there any NPC or any player character that you want to have some time with? Is there anything you would like to do?
It's about time. Where's Mr. Perfect at?
Why
are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I'm gonna come for you. I'm gonna fuck you up. You're just doing it for clout. I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, I know.
You
You
will.
are just doing it for clout.
You will find your
Sometimes
way.
you just gotta do it for clout.
Making your way over toward the castle, you find that while you guys have essentially been left to your devices, you are able to very quickly make your way over toward the castle, avoiding most detection from any of the people who are going around asking what's going on. You do see the king giving a notice to people, giving a wide overarching talk to a lot of people off and about to explain things that have gone on. People are praising the names of the heroes, especially Gallon, because everybody loves Gallon in Castletown.
And the more things change, the more they stay the same. Let's go, Gallon!
That's how you blend in. That's how you blend in. You just keep yelling to Gallon. Praise to Gallon. Praise be to Gallon.
Praise Gallon. Fucking hell, let's move on.
But as you find yourself making your way through, you do see a little bit over from the side. You find the entirety of the Domran group. First, Domran not covered in darkness. Domran.
He's normal now.
He's normal now. Yeah.
He's so normal.
You find that there is a Aga and a Pika is just literally just hugging all the fuck over Domran, who is at this point just sort of standing very firmly still behind where the king is, showing his absolute strength of character as the captain of the guard. Aga is just watching behind, and you do find eventually just goes over and pushes Domran into Pika, at which point the two of them tumble off and about as Aga just steps and walks forward and starts talking to some of the other knights. You see that over with the royal guard, June is speaking to some of them, but also showing off around the weaponry that they are currently trying to mess with. You see that they have replaced their small rapier with an estoc, which is a slightly longer rapier.
Oh my god, she's evolved.
She is going for it. She is learning.
They are never gonna let this girl not have it.
But
There's not gonna be a day.
you do find that off as they are doing that, there is a Nimbus who is currently without blade, without sword, watching over toward where June is, and looking over eventually in your direction. You feel that you noticed him before he noticed you. Got him.
Oh yeah, finally. Finally it's happened.
Would you like to make your way?
Hey, Hedgehog. You don't look dead.
That's because I'm not. He looks over at you. I just now noticed how tall your
That's not
token is right here. That is not
That's
not correct.
Right.
Boom. And we'll go.
I grew
boom,
a few inches.
boom. There we are. As he looks over to you. I will say I didn't expect to see you today.
I've been busy enough all around Castletown anyway.
I heard
Things
about
are moving along.
I heard about everything that happened back home.
Oh yeah. It's over, if anything. It's at least done.
From what I understand, I don't think it's going to be over. Apparently, all of the elders had been hiding all of this from quite a lot of people. Turns out the king knew about the things in the Shadow Temple, but not those things, obviously. But in the end, they're probably going to have to answer to Master Gorthos.
That's gonna be fun, isn't it?
But what about you? You took care of everything over in the Gerudo village, and you took care of everything back at Kakariko. What's the plan now?
I mean, the exciting thing is having no plan, isn't it?
I
For a
suppose,
bit.
yeah.
I believe I'll probably be staying for a bit. Seeing at this bar/inn concept they have going on right now. Once they're done, maybe I'll see further into the things happening at Kakariko, and then after that, I don't know, make a buttload of money.
I'm really glad, by the way. Whenever everybody was telling me what happened, with everything back at the village, well, I know this is going to sound dumb coming from me, but it was nice to hear different praise. It was nice to hear people speaking about how powerful you and Gallum were, about how if it wasn't for you, your father would have been completely taken away. All of the elders would have been gone, despite anything. Havar would not have been sworn in. It feels like there's nothing but praise for you back in the village now. I know that probably wasn't what you were looking for, but it felt good to hear.
No, I guess it was what I was looking for. Not with the trying to stop everyone from being eaten by a thing. But I guess, I guess it's like fruit, right? Even if you have a lot, it's not enough.
Have you tried Polos Cananas?
He mentions that. Any good dealer knows to keep at least one of the stock.
Huh? You bring out a Kanana, and for the first time since this campaign, a Sheikah is handing a fruit to another Sheikah. So I don't just say it disappears from your hand. You see him bring his hand out to grab it. You bring your other hand out and grab his wrist.
Yeah, a moment happens.
For the first time this whole campaign, a fruit is put in front of a Sheikah and it doesn't instantly disappear.
Disappear. For everyone else, nothing has happened.
No one even has noticed you guys over there at this point.
Can't believe we're breaking ground even in the epilogue.
Glad that we get to get even ground, yeah.
He looks at you, he looks down at his hand that you caught, he looks back. Sorry, force of habit.
No, this is what made it really good to train and keeping stock. Bringing food back from Kakariko, it was a lot like this. Turns out you can't sell it if they can just steal it from you.
I think a lot of them didn't understand just how observant you were. And now that everything else is caught up, you're probably the pride of Kakariko more than I ever was.
You make this so hard, Nimbus.
Sorry.
No, I think I should be the one saying sorry. I know I've been hard on you for reasons that honestly are quite childish. I said I wanted the praise from Kakariko. I mostly just wanted them to, I guess, I don't know, acknowledge what I was doing. And that often went to you, so I took it out on you. Which now that I say it out loud sounds stupid.
Yeah, but you were always the observant one, right? And I never noticed how you felt. I always thought that we got along despite everything. And if I would have knew a bit more about what was going on with you, maybe something would have changed. I don't think I could have stopped anyone from doing anything or saying anything, but maybe something could have changed between us at that point. So, you don't have to apologize.
I would say you can't change the past, but apparently that was fairly perfectly possible until maybe a few minutes ago.
Can we...
How about?
Hmm?
We call it even.
Yeah.
I'll go around doing what I'm doing now. I don't know what you're doing with your troop, but I guess at some point we can try things over, brother.
I'd like that. I'd like that a lot.
She'll let him have the Kanana.
He'll look to the Kanana. He'll look back to you. He'll look over to the other people that still haven't noticed you guys were even there. And he will break the Kanana in half. Again,
the ancient site of respect.
Again, doing this to a banana most likely would result in some kind of bruising or some kind of smushing, but you're Sheikah. You don't other people would never have seen this, but you do find that he tosses it into the air, draws a blade from in his bracer, tosses it up to it. It slices it through, it hits a tree, bounces off, and goes back into the exact spot in the bracer.
And then I catch it, and then no one sees
The two of you jump and dash, catch each side, the opposite sides of the ones that would have landed near you, land in the exact same positions you're in. Nobody sees you move at all. As he looks to the Kanana and he looks back to you, we can't change the past. Well, we can, but we're not going to. But hopefully this will change the future.
I think that'd be fun.
He looks back toward the others. Domran getting rounded on by the king and given some kind of great honor while just on his back, Apika holding on to him on the and an Aga just looking over and accepting for him with this like a sigh, except Aga is given their own accommodation. It's they're given their own thing, and they're like, oh my goodness, it's great. They're taken completely by surprise because usually it's Domran getting everything. But everyone's getting acknowledgement here. But some say that over the course of the next little bit, that not a single fruit remained in the entirety of the castle.
It became a race.
As there is just apparently a blur only seen by certain individuals throughout Hyrule of a pair of Sheikah who, upon having half of a Kanana, realized that's never enough.
The void is never ending.
Is there anything else you would like to do while you're here?
I think I'm good.
Gorthos and friends.
I was getting a drink. Sorry. What's up?
We are currently at you. You can have
Yeah.
anyone do much of anything you like except for one of them.
Yeah. I don't worry about that. I've come to terms with this.
Currently, if you want to take it that way, both Brock and Gorthos potentially are aiding Ronan in making something. If you want to have another scene with that. Or if you would like to, you could have either Donu or your boy, who his name is so Douglas, thank you. His name is so normal that I never remember it like off the top of my head, and I have to always look it up.
I always meant to give him a last name, but it never came up in conversation. I have it though.
You could also always have Gorthos say or do something that is in between helping Ronan or before or after, so it does not matter. Time is soup during Epilogue game.
Yes it is.
And most likely that would be something that would be good. But what was that?
Yeah, I'd love to continue with Ronan, but I kind of want to get rid of I kind of want to go through the cavalcade before that.
Okay.
So
we don't. I'm not. I don't know how many round robins we're gonna get to today.
I mean, fair.
But I will say you can do whatever you would like. When it comes to the round robins, though, that would mean one for each of them, and then later on, potentially, hopefully, one for Gorthos. But I would expect you would have many more things to do as Gorthos. But that's up to you.
Yeah, there's a lot.
You have 5 characters to look around at. Oh, sorry, 4.
No, one's done. That's the beauty of it. You see, they have a definite end. Honestly, though, one I would want to touch on is actually with Donu.
Definitely. You would find that when it comes to Donu, I've already mentioned several things about potential plans going forward, but Donu has essentially decided to take on the mantle of current quote unquote leader of the Dark Nuts. Again, not calling himself a Donu. he would never.
He's not a Donu. He's just the Donu.
Exactly. But definitely he would be off and about with the others potentially, or maybe he is off doing his own thing. Either way, eventually he would be heading off with the others toward the demon realms. As I mentioned before, they are going to be essentially going to be of aid and get rid of all of the highwaymen that have been off and around in that direction after being told about them from the others who had just made their way up in that direction.
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to touch on with actually with Polo and her brothers.
Want to have him go and check on them?
Right. Yeah.
We will say then.
I was just say, if I remember right, the 3 of them were back at their place talking about future plans.
Wherever they need to be.
Right.
But we will say that when it comes to them, they would be most likely around the either the Demon Manor or back over at the Antares. Is it Antares? It's Antares, right?
Yeah.
Back over the Antares residence. We'll say the Antares residence for now, because we can say this is a new day as much as we would like. You would find yourself finding your way over in that direction. Do we have a Squeaky?
I am here. I was gonna say you can call it SheepCon if it
We're
makes
over
it
at
easier.
SheepCon.
LambCon.
We're over at SheepCon with the goats.
Yes.
The goats.
Welcome to SheepCon featuring goats.
They'll never know.
Don't worry about
They'll
it.
never know that I'm a goat in sheep's clothing.
My
Right.
perfect disguise.
Anyway, you would find Squeaky. You would find Polo that there is a notable force of Donu that have appeared over at SheepCon. They do look as if all of them are essentially rocking the exact same dress and armor as your boy. Every one of them much bigger than Donu. Just like when it came to Kari, all of them stand at the very least like a shoulder and a head above Donu, and Donu's pretty large himself. But as far as other dark nuts are concerned, he was a runt. But you do find a lot of them there. You find that eventually over at the main part of the area, there is a knock upon the door, as you will find the hero Donu standing in front of all of you.
When you knock on the door, he just opens the door.
No, I was talking about you
opens,
knocking on the door.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because you would be going to see them. Oh, okay, so you knock and then just go in anyway.
Knocking is a formality.
I'm knocking to show my respect, but I'm asserting my authority as a hero to come in anyway.
Well, I was told that knocking before entering. I was told knocking before entering anywhere is a custom, so I knocked before I entered this house.
That makes sense.
That is half true. Normally, the patron of whom you are visiting is to open the door.
Oh, that makes sense too.
Is it because they're too weak to open the door?
No,
Or
it
they
is
get
because it is
inside?
their. No, it is because it is their territory that they are allowing you to enter.
Ah, I see. That makes more sense.
But the action of knocking is asking for allowance into their territory. If I never open the door, it would mean that you are not allowed.
Oh,
No.
that
Well, you-
allowance. Brother. What?
Although to be fair,
Puts away his
sometimes there
rupee
are
bag.
although sometimes there are delays, so you are also to give them a little bit of patience in case they are also preoccupied. But I don't think you came here on a lesson. You came here for a lesson on hospitality.
No.
You will take note, Polo, that because there has now been a conversation started that none of the others have much interest or understanding of, you see that Kadi has basically started taking the other Donu / Dark Nuts behind them and have just started doing drills.
I must also ask, is there any reason you brought with you your army?
He just looks over his shoulder, then looks back. We go everywhere together. It is
I
a
see.
tribal thing.
Pack tactics.
Yes. Speaking
Um,
of, I have been told that you have a problem with invaders in your homeland.
Pat looks
not
towards her brothers.
They're not exactly invaders, no. But from what me and my brother had gone through on our way here, I had spoken to you about this before, I believe, Polo.
There were the former invaders that were already dealt with.
No. Whenever me and brother had made our way here to see the family before, we were preoccupied a bit with a stick-up. Yeah, they wanted to take our gold, and we said, we don't have any gold. We just came from Hyrule. We only have these rocks.
It's strange that they love
Got him out
rocks
of the
so
grass.
Oh.
Either way, we had to essentially attack a group of, I suppose, bandits would be an optimal term for them, other than invaders.
So?
They're not invaders, from what I understand. They all came around from the trading city, just off on the edge of the western border.
They're your
Oh, yes.
people, then.
I wouldn't consider them that. This
They're
place,
traitors, then.
this place is a bit of a work in progress. These lands belong to my father, but me and my brother did not have much interest in them. Even whenever father was alive, he didn't have much interest in ruling over everything either. But if we are to get things under control, they will need to be dealt with. Traitor is an optimal term, actually. Though they're not exactly betraying anything if they never had anything that they put their loyalty to. Which almost makes it worse, honestly.
It does, in fact, make it worse. Which is why we are going to the north, and we will exterminate them.
Exterminate?
Yes. Oh. We're going to go kill them all.
It's not that I do not know what exterminate signifies. It is just... I do not think we had to go to such an extreme. It is still its own town. It is still a town. Yes, it is controlled by bandits, but there still has to be some innocent people there.
I don't think that they're talking about taking over the entirety of the town. I will say,
culling the bandits?
when it comes to those bandits, if it was not for the passengers being myself and Vega, most likely they would have either robbed blind whoever was there or killed them. They carried weapons on them. They attacked. They injured one of the horses that were moving with us. If it weren't for that Goron being around, he was actually pretty knowledgeable in medical things.
I see.
We don't permit you to go into the city and do any exterminations there. But if you run up on bandits, he looks over towards you, Polo. I don't see there being too much of a reason to have them stop.
You are to cull the bandit forces. Make sure they bring no harm to the people.
And if they're in this city,
We'll have to find a way to flush them out. They can't stay there forever, right?
in experience, the easiest way to draw out an enemy from a hiding spot is fire.
Oh, I've already figured something out about that place.
Oh,
What?
have you?
Oh yeah, I've already talked with the one that's currently in charge of the city. I sent them a missive about a month or so back. I had to have the king help me out a little bit with it, and I also had Uncle help me with a bit of the logistics going on there, but I wanted to make sure that I set up some kind of a, I guess, a rapport with them so that I could go and chat with them and see if we can work some things out. They're on our land after all, but they're also the people that have made that city, and it's most likely going to be a very rich and prosperous place in the Demon Kingdom, right?
I can just imagine where he's like, yeah, I wrote a missive to them. First, the king helped me learn how to write. It's just
Anybody
like...
else know toast? I think he's smart right now.
He just literally at this point is saying all this while also playing with a dragon in his hands, and you just see Hadar looking over like, you did what? Oh yeah, that was like a month ago.
Oh, that is amazing.
Yeah, you were over at that sun tower.
Yeah. So that is what you did in the time off.
Oh yeah,
see.
I was talking with the king for a long time about etiquette and all that dumb stuff that you have to say and talk about whenever you're in front of somebody. Like, how's the weather? How are your children? How are your ancestors? Have you had a good yield this year? Can I give you any aid? And in return, and it's a bunch of stuff.
Diplomacy
Oh yeah,
and
that.
semantics.
Yeah, that stuff. He said, I don't have to really understand everything right now, but saying it and not promising anything is polite and will make them think more of me.
Yes, he is very correct.
I do think that you should know what you're talking about, but at the same time, I suppose that's why I'm here.
I'm sure with time Brother Vega will understand more about it, so much so that he'll know it like the back of his hands.
You see the dragon bite his hand. Ah! Oh, that'll be a new scar.
Congratulations.
But yes, etiquette and understanding of formalities is very crucial in forging ties and alliances with neighboring kingdoms, and there was the notion that we had of turning the city into a cultural exchange and a melting pot, a capital if not so much a sub-capital.
Yeah.
A melting pot.
The person that was there was, from what I understand of them, they seemed like they were a Rito, They responded to me a couple of weeks before we started doing all this stuff, and saying that they would love to have dinner and have me over. They also requested that I bring over any showings of my entitlement to the land, mostly just showing that I am who I say I am, and a bunch of stuff like that. I've got all that together, though. Don't worry.
You do?
Yeah, I was actually gonna go head over there in a couple of weeks. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, though, so I wasn't really gonna make you guys go.
I mean, that is quite fair and a good trial of your.
You should tell us these things. That's
was
what
going to
she's
handle
saying
it.
right now.
You should have let us know.
If he was going to handle it fine, then I don't see the reason why there's some upset feelings here. Is that
Oh,
what the expression on your face is to be?
not upset, shocked and worried, but not upset. It's impressive, brother.
I mean, I'm not wrong though. This is a very good test to see everything Brother Vega has learned and how he applies it to dealing with other people for his time and that he reigns as king.
And if he is to be king, then the princess and the advisor will be there as well with him, even if it is just to look around.
Yes,
And of course, the
it
princess is knight.
Yes, it has been a. I don't even think I remember the last time Mother and I went to the city.
And if we happen to find any rumblings of any ill-advised potentials around there, we'll at least know where to go whenever we make our way back the next time. If any of you want to make your way with us, we can make sure to, well, who's to say if we get attacked during that, we'd have to be able to defend ourselves. And if we happen to defend ourselves and wipe out the enemy in its entirety in the same fell swoop, I don't see why they would be mad.
You grossly misunderstand the ramifications of us walking into your land. There will be none that accost you. The Dark Nuts walk as legion. If they accost any of us, it is because they are suicidal.
I was just thinking if, he looks down over toward Polo and then scoots over toward Donu. I was just thinking that if our princess and knight were to be out and about in the city by themselves and someone happened to mess with them, within, of course, eyesight or earshot of one of the three of us, it'd be a very nice provocation.
You're giving me legitimacy to slaughter the enemies in the city.
I'm saying if they attack my cute, innocent sister and brother, then yes, we should slaughter them.
I was going to walk into that city regardless, but I like this idea. It'll give the others a chance to scour the lands and, well, we're busy.
And what do? You'll be at that mayor's place, talking and eating. But...
You have my sympathies.
But...
That is what you have to do, Brother Vega. That is what you agreed on.
Well, yeah, but Polo can't just go walking around by themselves, right?
Then I guess you better hope that I get accosted after your diplomacies.
I don't want you to get accosted at all.
Well, apparently, according to Brother Hadar, that is the plan.
It's not the plan. It just, if it
Okay,
happens
no, it's
to happen.
the expectation. It
From
is the
the-
expectation.
From the understandings I have of that city, it is most likely going to happen. I mean, Galen is strong. He doesn't give off a impression of being strong. And if the two of you were to be walking around, neither of you are what I would say terrifying in these lands.
Should I also be draped in my finest fineries?
Oh, the finest.
If it increases our chances of rooting out the traitor bandits, yes.
I mean, it also cannot be too obvious.
If they
So
cost
maybe only a
these
little bit
two,
of the fineries.
We'll use
I don't-
something worthless or something to put around you, like those rupees.
They're
Yep, they do sparkle.
Brother Hatter, do you not see how big they are?
Oh, I'm just saying, like, as long as we have within full view a rather full-looking a rupee purse, it should be fine.
I see.
And if they do happen to get away with them, it's not as if it's anything missing.
Of course.
Yeah, they come out of the ground.
Does
Yes,
gold
they
not
do.
also come out of the ground?
Kinda, but like not in the same way. Like I hit some grass and it showed up.
Hmm.
Demon currency is not as easy to come by as it is Hyrule's rupees.
Yes, because we actually forge a lot of ours. No, it isn't just gold you bring out from the ground. It's processed into coins.
Hmm.
And from what I understand, you have seen a rather nice little area, Polo, that we could use to make more if we ever need to have of it. That
I mean, it was initially making counterfeits, but we could refine it better.
exactly. It's not as if it doesn't have any less value if we make sure to use the correct metals.
Mm.
The use of currency never did catch on within our people. I'm sure you were all talking about something that makes perfect sense.
As long as you are working with us, Donu, I don't believe you need to worry too much about currency.
That is, I guess, brings up the topic of proper compensation for you and your compatriots.
Compensation.
You would need
Yes,
something.
if something in return that you and your fellows, sire, as return.
Besides whatever's left over from our slaughter.
Well, if you are going to be watching over this place somewhat long term, perhaps giving you something of a place to go. I know that all of the Darknuts are mostly in scattered tribes, but if you had a place to go and collect yourselves, would that not make you feel better? Or several, if you want to be into smaller?
I mean, eventually bandits, even though they swarm the city, they must also have a means of congregating outside of the town, and they will need a guard. That can be even a temporary to permanent home. I don't think the mayor would disagree to potentially having a guard over his city.
Different things can happen. We can talk about getting you a new job after we've completed this one. And if land or money isn't compensation enough, I'm sure we can find some way to pay you. There are ancient artifacts throughout the demon lands as well.
Really?
Just up above our family lands is our father's fortress. He has quite the number of things up there.
I will speak to the other tribe leaders. They will then distribute this information to the rest of them. We are not as scattered as we once were. The problem will be solved within, if we do not sleep, potentially a week.
I know that there is a separation amongst your people. The Darknuts and the ones that call themselves Donu.
Consideration I never thought would happen before.
Is there any ideas as to what to do about that? Perhaps some of you might not want to stay in one place, but perhaps the other tribes, the ones that call themselves Donu, would love to have a place to stay?
I have been planning on that. Speaking to them all that would listen, that could be found. As long as they answer the call of the Legion when it comes, they're mostly free to do whatever they wish. Darknut or Donu, it matters not. We are all the same people in the end.
Yes, very much.
That is the first time I think I've seen you. Donu.
He
He's been right there the whole time.
looks down.
I more mean, in a lot of ways, you are one of the first I saw that was Gorthos. Yet if it was Gorthos I was talking to here, he would want to do everything himself. He would want to secure different artifacts or different things for his people. He would want to make sure that they were in a safe place. But you wish to actually change some things going on and have them work together and work for themselves. That is the first time I had seen you and not Gorthos.
I see.
I like it. Gorthos and myself most likely would not have a very easy relationship. I don't think subterfuge is something he would be too keen on. That being said, I think that me and you will have a wonderful working relationship.
I look forward to this relationship. Whatever happens, at least you all will know that you will have my loyalties. It should speak for itself.
Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you.
Besides, I remember what it was like to not have a choice. I did not take kindly to that in my later years.
Dark nuts. Our citizens of the demon lands now. You just see Vega just writing on a small pad that he pulled out from inside of his cloak.
Oh, you're taking notes even.
Oh yeah, I will definitely forget this if I don't.
No, that is
You
quite bad.
It should be descendants of the Dark Nuts. They like to call each other different things now.
Wait a minute, why is your handwriting so nice?
He wouldn't let me leave.
Oh,
It's
almost
King
it's
Magnus.
impeccable.
I fear I've never met a more harsh instructor if this King Magnus kept you imprisoned.
He kept on saying that if I left, he wouldn't ever have me back. He also said that I had to take better care of my effects.
What is that feeling when you feel like you've experienced something before?
Deja vu?
That.
It's been in this place before. High enough to see.
My trainer, when I was young, had the same mentality, though not for handwriting.
As you're looking at Vega's handwriting, he just pulls out a separate notebook from inside the cloak and just hands it over. Yeah, here's the first one.
He looks at it, reads it.
What is this cuckoo scratch?
Yeah, I was still getting it.
Tony looks at this, he looks over to the other notepad, and then he just has a realization. Oh, I can't read this Ares language.
This... It looks like you were trying to make the Hyrulean letters... demon letters.
Oh, yeah?
Worse.
Oh.
It seemed like you had to first lose the habit of writing in demon.
Which is hilarious. Because I think he barely ever did that.
Just flips through it. There is slight improvements with every other page.
Hadar goes and looks as well. Were you seriously trying to write in that script? Well, they said in school that everybody needed to write like this. You actually believe that people would understand this? I think only physicians write like this. I can't even read half of this. Oh, you did get better by this other notebook.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Everything
You see,
is probably properly dotted and crossed.
you see Hadar write down a bit as well. As he does, he's just like, yes, like this. And you just note Hadar does not have as good of writing as Vega now, but like definitely was better than the scratching before.
Don't like take a writing utensil and write and just show off he has perfect penmanship.
Brother Hadar, when was the last time you wrote something?
Do declarations of war count?
Yes.
You wrote a declaration of war.
Oh yeah, several.
Are they still ongoing?
I'm going to see to it that they stop soon.
Oh.
Well, it sure looks like it's been a long time.
You see Tony just take up a different, like a posture that's just kind of worth, like, deflated. Just like,
It was about a year ago.
Oh. It's very soon.
What did you on who did you declare war?
Several factions of demons off in the east.
Oh.
I'm sure it'll be handled. I talked to several of them about it.
I see. Well.
I wasn't a great person last year, Polo.
Meanwhile, just thinks back on Cality where it's just like, yeah, we're here to kind of stop the war. We're here to stop the war. It's really bad.
Just immediately just remembering that from Cality, seeing that from Hadar. Ding, ding, ding. Oh.
Yeah, that's the sound of the dots connecting.
Well,
You just literally see, like, you're just standing there, and then behind's the flashback.
Brother, I hope you... Did you even think of the potential repercussions that could have stuck?
Oh, I added several clauses to it to see if we could end things prematurely. Oh, that's why he showed up.
I must admit, I am.
There's just a stare.
It's just like looks over at you. Oh, that's why he showed up.
We hadn't even rekindled or traversed any obstacles between our relationship, and you already marrying me off.
I was not a great person last year, Polo.
You tried to settle a war through a marriage.
No, I didn't think they would last that long, to be honest.
Well, that they'd probably entertain the idea.
To be fair, they have guts.
Would you have killed them if they showed up before you had a year to change?
There was nothing in there that said I wouldn't.
This was a mistake on their part then. The risk was too high.
See, this is why we work well.
You're sure you need to end this war? My kid and I would be keen to spill demon blood of non-allies.
From what I understand, Polo and the one from that other tribe have gotten acquainted at this point. They're friends. So I suppose I can forgive them.
There might still be dissenters, but that doesn't mean that the dissenters ought to be slaughtered.
Yet.
It wasn't exactly that kind of war.
Oh. What
kind of war was it?
I don't have to bring up everything bad I've ever done in my life, right?
I merely wish to understand what the goal of your conflict was with these tribes.
It wasn't really a goal either.
Wholesale slaughter. That is a goal.
I wasn't that interested in it, but they kept on making more and more demands. They kept asking for more and more until eventually I told them the next person to ask me was going to get wiped off of the face of the Demonlands.
Ah, an ultimatum.
In the end, I left the army that I was with at the time with specific instructions that if any of them had, wanted to do the different clauses I had left in, which again, I never thought any of them, especially that one, would go into those type of things, that they would be sent specifically to me.
It seems that they listen to your orders fervently.
Oh yes, they know better.
This is a good sign, then.
Then we probably wouldn't have to worry too much about dissenters.
Oh, we
I'm
might have to
sure
worry
that-
about them. honestly. The ones loyal to me might actually be the worst ones.
In comparison to our legion, they are in fact worse in every way, I assure you.
We will think of culling those forces once it is to be addressed. After all,
Cool.
the purpose of reviving the kingdom is to
I didn't even know we
bring
had
forth
forces.
unity.
If you wish not for them to die, you could turn them into real warriors.
That sounds fun.
They will never be Dark Nut, but they will be stronger. And arguably smarter, if all they do is blindly follow.
We'll see.
We will deal with the matter once it arises.
One step at a time. First, the land must be fed the blood of bandits.
As Donu, you have made your way here. You have, through this interaction, revealed many horrifying details of the past and future of the family.
Of which he cares very little and only recall the important parts of this conversation.
Polo was just trying to make noodles, man.
I heard there's some good ones over on the mountain. They're like really salty. The Gorons have been raving about them.
I
Yes,
like salt.
Modeus procured me some of them.
Oh yeah, we got to make him like head chef or something.
It has never crossed my mind. I don't know if I need to eat.
Oh, we need to go get you some noodles. He apparently put rocks in them. That's salt. Rock salts. Just salt.
I've always heard of the legendary rock meat of the Gorons.
Just rocks.
I will consume this.
That's not just rocks. You're talking about their steak sirloin or their rock sirloin. They're
Yes,
different
that.
rocks.
There's different kinds.
They are just very, very, very tough.
Yeah, they have rock sirloin, they have regular rock steaks, they have rock bone, which is like a steak, but like more just like a meat with like a rock bone through it, as if it had its own bone, or maybe it's like fossilized from something that did have its own bone, which would mean the meat is fossilized, which makes more sense now that we think about it. We're gonna move on.
Yes.
As you guys speak of going and trying some Goron / Modeus cuisine, I mean, I guess we can sit here and go back to Polo, but I do think, Polo, do you have any ideas as to something you would like to head off to do?
There are two things. One is Polo and one is specifically Zolaire.
Okay. Do you wanna start with a Zolaire thing since we just did a Polo thing? Not really a Polo thing, but had a Polo thing.
Yeah, I think one might end up connecting to the other. I don't know quite yet how, but
Okay.
I'm sure that in Zolaire's happenings about, they probably still ended up getting caught by a Gallon.
Eventually, most likely.
So
oh God, which one?
probably,
It's probably this one.
Kind of pray for them.
It's probably this. It's probably this image, this Polo image. But I'm looking through the other ones, and the other ones would be good as well, because like we have this one, but we also have this one. But
yeah,
it's probably
I'd say
this
the
one.
first one is still
Yeah.
good because it the other two have the necklace.
Yeah. So let's go
Well,
ahead.
this one doesn't because it's the initial Polo.
Let's go ahead and with that. Where's the button? Bam. That way it doesn't have states.
Yeah.
And then we just go Zolaire. And then where it says sheep wife below that, I'll put other.
Other sheep wife.
But no. But yes, Zolaire is definitely throughout the time that they would have returned with all of you to the city. They would be getting used to their own set of problems, their own set of things. They've been in a Polo body before. They've moved a Polo body before, but maybe over like the course of an hour or so, not as much as this has been.
Yeah.
And eventually, most likely, they would have been caught by a Gallon because they mentioned something about cutting their hair and styling their hair, at which point Gallon has taken it upon themselves to basically be like, no, believe me, I know what looks cute on that body. Eventually, they would have probably shaken them off. But it's up to you. What would you like to have Zolaire do?
I was gonna say maybe at some point he caught she was found by Gallon. And it's just like, oh no, I have nowhere to go, but I guess I'm here now, and they found me.
Zolaire, you tried making your way around and away from as far as you could have.
One moment.
You left Kuro for exactly a second. You turned back, and Kuro got distracted by something. You're not sure where they are, but there is a Gallon rushing at you with a pair of scissors and a curling iron. It's a scrunchy, like I said last time.
There's just the look as he approaches, and there's just like, aren't you tired, Gallon? It's been 10 years. How long will this go? No.
It's been 10 years.
Aren't you tired, Gallon? It's been 10 years. How long will this go?
We just see like the both of them are aged up.
Musical.
The both of them have been aged up, and Gallon's just like, it does not matter how far you go.
Dude, don't make me sing. I don't want to do the music.
I don't know. I've never seen Epic, so.
No, I've not seen Epic. Hello.
Hey, I've got everything ready.
Ready for what?
Well, you said you wanted to give your hair a style, right?
Just like looks to hair, holds a strand, twirls it really quick.
I mean, I've considered it, but I mean, I'm not quite sure yet. I'm still adjusting to this whole having a body, but also it's not mine, but it is.
It's yours.
And it being different from my last body, and
Polo seems to be perfectly fine with you taking on that form. I mean, maybe she's thought about some other things with it, but you guys have shared a headspace for quite a while now, right?
Is she? Do you really think that?
I don't see why she wouldn't. She seemed happy to know that you were safe.
Yes, but that doesn't mean she's happy having another her around. And it's not that I'm against the idea of a new mortality. It's just this one.
Would you have rather came out looking like me?
I'd be familiar with it more than this one. I'm not sure I'd like it either.
You see Gallon does at this point like seem to pocket the scissors and scrunchie, as if again mostly has just been using them as either threats or just things of comedy.
Although that does call into question, Gallon. What if there was another you?
Another me? I'm one of a kind.
But what if you weren't anymore? What if instead of looking like Polo, I looked like you? I mean, I'd look like you. I'd sound like you. I'm sure with a little bit of exaggeration and additional frippery, I could probably imitate you to a T.
I feel bad for you.
Would you?
When it comes to this place, there is quite a lot of attention that comes with being me. Not always bad, obviously. I'm not saying that I have anything worse off than a lot of people out there, but being able to walk through a city without getting called on by either the people in Castletown or from my sisters is honestly a really good day for me. I wish I could walk through the desert without literally all of my sisters wanting to do something for me. And again, same thing over with the guards in Castletown. I feel like I'm always getting special treatment. I mean, I am, and I deserve it, but
Tell me, how is that any different from the worship of the wow, I can't fucking talk today. Tell me, how different is that than being worshipped and constantly prayed for and begged and groveled?
Well, you
Like a
guys
dog?
actually deserve it, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that about some people in the sacred realm.
The only thing I did was I got born. And throughout most of it, I've had to try to figure out how I'm gonna make a name for myself while also worrying about my brother. And it seems like that's mostly taken care of now, at least to the point where I don't think either of us really care, but
Well, you've already fulfilled your duties as male Gerudo, and haven't you already also gotten rid of that whole notion of only one can be remembered?
I guess we'll know that
So-
once we're gone, right?
Hmm.
It'll never truly leave my head that I don't want to really do much. I want Kuro to go around and basically be, well, the best he can be. You've heard him talk about bottling the sun, right?
I mean, technically, he's already come close to it now that I'm around.
I'm not as optimistic as a lot of people around me. Marco, Ronan, Polo, any of them. Even Gorthos. I still worry that whenever I'm gone, it'll either be me or Kuro, that the future of the Gerudo won't really change, and it worries me that it could be me. That's why I said that if you did look like me, I'd feel a little bad.
Wouldn't that mean that the goddesses have went back on their promise to you?
From what we know of the Golden Goddesses, and from what Ronan and everyone has told me about different things, and from what I've seen with Aga and Pika, not gonna say anything with you, obviously, in front of me, but I think that the gods are just as fallible as we are. I think that they are perfectly fine making promises that they don't know if they can keep.
And you would be correct. But all of those valid concerns aside, that wasn't really the point I was drawing to. But with all of those hardships and anxieties and expectations weighing me down, I would still have Polo.
You see him look over at Zolaire and just a smile goes across his face. Oh. You think that just if you looked like me, that you could get Polo?
I mean, I'm already having you now, and all I do is look like her. Look how easily I was able to get you all to myself, and I actually don't even want it. So, why would it be any different? You don't tell me you haven't thought about that.
I just woke up a little bit ago with two of the most wonderful and beautiful person to me waking up near me. I've thought about things, obviously, but you're not Polo.
Of course I'm not.
You're fun. You've always been fun. But if I was just looking for a partner for that kind of thing, for holding and kissing, I've had that. And I've regretted a lot of things that I've done in that space. But Polo's different. I don't think that even if I didn't look like this, even if I looked like you, even if I looked like Kuro, even if I looked like Marco, that Polo would still see me. So even if you did look like me, there's no way you're getting Polo.
That is a wonderful answer. After all, I am a goddess, god, deity of love.
You know, I always forget that.
Most people do. It's kind of hard to outshine the sun. I will say it was a small concern of mine, one that did draw upon some anxieties ever since I assumed this form. And again, I still find myself a little worried that I have it. Not mostly just out of the anxieties of your behavior, but also because if I am to do anything, I don't really wish it to... Well, should I decide to completely go off the cuff, as they say, and do my own thing, I worry that it'll reach back to Polo. With the memory, I remember there is a potion seller that casts glamours, and I had wondered if there was a more permanent one. I'm still quite not sure. It makes me almost even realize how much I missed my previous body. It is taking a lot of getting used to. But
From the things I've seen, from the things I've messed about with, both the divine and not, if anybody can get you back on your feet as something else, probably go talk to that potion seller. She's a friend. We can bring you over. We'd have to bring Adam. I think they're into each other.
Oh, I see.
But more than that, I mean, I've already indebted myself to one god. 2. I could figure out a way.
Oh. No, I don't really think I need you to be indebted to any more gods, or vice versa. Again, I think this is more of... I don't know if growing pains is the right word.
Anxiety?
A little bit of that, a little bit of column B. It just... Well, I guess it is something that I should ask for her opinion. And maybe there is some odd semblance of connection between us still. But I wonder if these anxieties aren't wholly mine.
I won't put words in her mouth. I don't think that Polo truly would be upset that you have that form. But at the same time, I couldn't also say that Polo wouldn't be more happy if you had another. I don't want to say anything of how she'll feel, but I do know one thing. She let you share her body before, because eventually you guys became friends. You were needing to share that body, and you had just been betrayed. Talk to Polo. And I'm sure that no matter what, you and her can figure something out. And I don't have to have any part of it.
I'm
He
sure we will.
steps over. He reaches into the sash that he put the scissors away at, and he will hold the scissors out to Zolaire. I've mostly been chasing you around for fun.
I knew you took some sadistic pleasure from it.
Some.
A lot.
Unfortunately, I have an apology to do. And that means I have to convince an entire city to pretend to be frozen in time. So I don't have a lot of time for this anymore.
We can arrange something. I don't really trust myself with these force net. And I think I need to remind you, while we both know that girl is much too kind for her own good, Even me being here is a result of her love for you. You needed me to do what you wanted, and I was willing to die. But it was her word, and the overflowing feelings of love that she had for you that convinced me to maybe give humanity another chance. And
Yeah, we are
then
gonna
the
need to get you a
dominoes
new
fell.
body. You can't say those kind of cute things looking like Polo.
I can't, and why not?
Well, first off, being around me, I'm just gonna get all the flutters. But second off, he points over toward the way away as you see what appears to be a Koro running back in the direction, one hand seemingly having some kind of a bottle with some kind of a liquid or something in it. On the other, you see him just staring, his hand up to his eyes, looking around for someone. Because if you're that cute, well, one brother's already fell for that look.
That's another thing you'd have to really consider if you want me to look like her. See me draped around your other brother. Now, how would you be able to contain your jealousy?
By doing everything you do with him tenfold with mine.
Oh, mine. Oh, I can't wait to be a god again.
I think we're
But-
gonna get along just fine.
Yeah. And maybe we'll arrange an appointment with this. She just gives him back the scissors. I still need to think about how I want to look.
Salon's always open.
Wonderful.
I
And
may
for
not look
once,
like it,
I-
but every bit of this, he just sort of like switches his hair back, is all me.
Of course it is. That's why I'm not going to look this gift horse in the mouth. But for now, I'm glad that you for once let me choose. This is how humanity feels. It's awful.
Galen watches as Zolaire runs off, and Galen will just take the scissors, spin them on his finger, and start walking away. Oh, there you are! I was looking. Oh, is that brother?
Oh, yeah, it was. Don't worry. It's fine.
Oh, he wasn't chasing you around with these scissors again, was he?
I mean, he was, but
I'm sure he
Don't
doesn't
you
mean
worry.
anything by it. But if he does start to be a bit too overbearing, let me know and I will talk to him, okay?
oh no, I don't think we'll have any need for that, Kuro. After all, any sort of doubts that I might have had about him and his feelings, I had easily put to the test, and he flew, and wow, I can't talk, and he passed with more than flying colors.
Oh no, you're falling for him.
No, I have not.
I will say that would be bad.
Why would that be bad?
Well, I mean,
Aside from the obvious reasons.
well, mostly the obvious reasons.
Oh. Nothing else?
I didn't want anybody to feel hurt.
I guess so.
Oh, speaking of which, there is a stall selling purple potion. It is to die for. He hands a bottle over to you.
Purple potion?
Oh, yes. Whenever I was making my way through a couple of years back, I came by this place a while ago. They have a wonderful witch who works a shop here. They imbue their potions with fruit and other such things. Sort of how Argo does, now that I think about it, but mostly just for flavors.
Oh.
It's wonderful. One of my favorite places. You'll find actually a lot more of stuff like that over by the damn city. They have a lot of places there that have a lot of different flavors and combinations. People there are kind of ritzy.
Oh. Is that where we're going next?
Is that where you want to go?
Well,
I've been
there's a
everywhere.
whole-
I've been everywhere in Hyrule. If you want someone to take you around, I'm more than happy to.
Well, for as long as this mortal form will have me, I mean, there's so much of Hyrule to see.
You sure you
Besides,
don't
what
want
if I don't,
to? You sure you don't want to stay around Polo or anyone?
I mean,
I know that we only just met.
they're not going anywhere, and I'm sure she wouldn't want me tagging along for too much. Maybe she'll appreciate having Galen more to herself.
Oh, yes, and Galen will most likely appreciate that as well. I can definitely tell that whenever everything went down, he has been a bit, what can I say, jealous?
Jealous, you say?
Oh, it's all over his face once you get to know him. He's hiding it through
Please,
comedy.
Please indulge me.
Whenever he was first told about you, I can tell you this, he came immediately to me.
Me as in when I resided in Polo, or?
Yes, whenever you're residing inside of her head. He was.
Oh, this is rich.
He was worried. Whenever he was talking about things, he was wondering how exactly he could ever hope to compete with somebody who can be there with her all the time, be in her head, be able to speak their mind and rely on each other. He was worried about you, I will tell you. But when he came to me, I made him understand that Polo is not like that. That you would most likely be a friend, that you are definitely someone that Polo is helping out, but you are not an enemy.
No, sure.
I feel that I may have caused him to go too far in the other direction. He seems to be obsessed with you now lately.
That is what I worried about as well. I think, much so that the tug at my new fleshy heart, I wondered if it was my own or even Polo's. I guess we're still connected some way. I can't talk. I guess we're still deeply connected in ways I didn't think yet. But
we can talk a little bit more about being connected, yes, but I mean, you're still you, are you not, Zoler? And
yes,
Polo has not
much
shown
so.
much interest in wanting to have any of my tours or anything, so it shows you have your own interest. That being said, I mean,
trust
Polo
me.
has been having to do a lot of crazy stuff lately. She has been very busy with being the champion and saving the whole world and probably time.
which is probably what caused that little bit of Galen to waver.
It is. My brother is sweet. He has always, throughout his life, had people always at his beck and call. And he has always had a bit of jealousy in him, but he always means well. In fact, there's never been a single time that Galen has, I believe, ever thought about taking the glory for himself. He's always pushed me ahead because of the way everybody treats me back home. And I'm just really glad that a lot of people can see how sweet he is. But he can be a bit overbearing.
He has quite the handful.
I know that I am not to be calling the kettle black or anything, but
Yes, you two are both rife with insecurities.
it's different.
But
To Galen, I am someone that he can be himself around, someone that isn't going to wait on him hand and foot. To me, Galen is my first friend. The first person to treat me like I was a person. The one that wanted to hang out with me. So, I've always latched myself onto him. But now that everything has been calm and now that everything is gone and about, I'm glad that he has people around him that will be able to see him for as good as he is. And I can make my way around wherever I want. I'm not one to stay in one place. As much as I love him, I cannot stand staying down in Castletown any much longer.
You both used to travel a lot, did you not?
Oh, yes. It's tradition.
Do you think he will have the difficulty staying in one place as well?
I think that he doesn't want to be much more than what he's already put out. I think that when it comes to him, staying right where he is beside Apollo is probably where he is the most comfortable. Leaving things up
I
to where she
see.
wants to go will probably be best for him.
Oh, she'll go anywhere he wants to go.
But that's why I can't stick around. As much as I would like to, I get itchy feet. There's a whole world out there. I heard about this. I heard about this place called Termina.
Termina.
Gorthos was mentioning it. Apparently, it might not exist. I want to see.
It's like trying to slight rub of the chin. Termina. Termina. I don't think it rings any bells.
The only other person I ever heard mention it was this salesman that I met named Hendrickson. So I'm going to be looking into that when I go to the damned city.
Oh. It is a shame I'm no longer in the sacred realm. I could ask the god of the lands if he's heard anything about Termina.
We don't want to know immediately, right?
I guess not. I guess that is the point of adventuring.
I guess I'm getting a little ahead of myself. I've already wrote you into my adventure.
Well, I didn't say you can't.
Do you want to?
I don't mind it. I mean, if I'm going to be in this mortal form, I'm going to want to do something. And the less out of Polo's hair I am, then the less chance of me accidentally doing something that ends up going back to her.
I would like that. If you would like to make your way.
Besides, once she does take over the throne, we can't have a scandal going on that she's also somehow found a way to run off with another man.
Oh, that would be crazy. I'd have to find some way to get rid of the worry.
Imagine if that was written in the history books. The tristful demon queen and the two male Gerudo.
The book writes itself?
I know, it's great.
Our sisters would probably talk about it for the end of time.
But just because it would be quite the novel thriller doesn't mean it needs to be a reality, even if we know the actual truth of the matter. Maybe I should do something about the horns. Maybe it's the horns. You think it's the horn?
You can't do much about them. They're horns, right?
Can we come off? How do you...
Mortals can't just take off part of their bodies.
How am I going to sleep with... How does she sleep with... Our first shop needs to be that potion seller. I mean, after all, we shouldn't potentially open up your new siblings to potential scandal. Oh,
you see him looking you over. As he does, he looks to the horns, he looks to the hair. You should keep them.
Yeah.
You don't know
Should I cut the hair then?
You don't know how well the sleeping will be. Perhaps it will help you be a good, comfortable back sleeper. But more than that, I don't think that this world needs any more people hiding the fact that they are demons. But
I guess that would go against everything that she fought for.
But at the same time, there are other options. You could cut your hair. You could style it. You could go into a ponytail like me. Or we could figure out something else. I know a couple of dealers who have these hair dyes. Those are pretty nice. Could go with something closer to a a dark, or maybe a more brighter blonde, or you can go red.
I never entertain another color. Hmm.
Oh, a nice chocolate brown.
Then I would really look like a sibling of her brother's. We should definitely entertain it. Also, we should get me another one of these drinks. They're wonderful.
Oh, let me show you. She's wonderful. Again, this one has like some kind of a punch or some kind of a bit of a lighter fruity taste. But now that they don't have all of their stock being taken, they have many different types of fruits. You should try the hydromelon green. Come with me.
Oh.
He will go back to grab your hand, and instead of speeding off, he will start to walk in the direction of where he is showing, again talking excitably about this salesman that has been someone he has gone to for most of his life outside of the desert. Oh, they found me whenever I was 8. I was starving.
Oh.
I was walking the mountains and I had fallen. The Dodongo had picked me up, somehow threw me in the water. They found me. They gave me this absolutely wonderful potion. And I've come back every year. It's wonderful.
And you're the one she didn't choose.
Oh, she's more like a mom to me.
You're right. Love works.
Not knowing you meant Pola right there. Oh no, she's more like a mom to me. Don't worry about her.
You're right.
Zolaire just sitting there like, I don't know, the last guy that I trusted was an absolute fucking schemer, yet this guy wears everything on his non-existent sleeves.
It's just like, I don't know about this mortality shit. The last time I did it just didn't fucking work. Didn't fucking work. You want to see, you want to know how it ended up with me? You might want to know why I was this pile of sand before the sheep girl came in. It's awful.
Oh, I like him dumb. I like him dumb now.
They can't be smart enough to scheme. No, I'm playing. I'm playing it all.
Oh, you only have one brain cell.
That brain cell will only be of me now.
You have one brain cell and you're
max.
you have one brain cell and you're wanting to leave the country. I can't let you go alone. But yeah.
Well, I guess I'm gonna be putting this healing to really good use.
But yeah, is there anything else that we want to bring up here with Solaire?
I think that went more than they expected.
I think they had a wonderful talk with Gallon, followed by a talk that immediately undermined a couple of things Gallon said, because Gallon would never actually speak his fucking heart. He will make you 100% think he's speaking his heart, but leave out certain details of his own anxieties.
Yep.
Because that's Gallon. Da 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 da. Ronan.
Hello.
You were last today.
Yeah.
Because you were the last one last time. But we're still going to go in more of a round robin after this, obviously. But last time we saw you, you were getting a thing ready with Gorthos, Brock, and Zelda. Do we want to talk more on that? Do you have anything else you'd like to do, potentially in the interim time this is happening? Or do we want to skip ahead to after that's already done?
In the interim, while that's getting made,
of course,
I think he would try practicing a song that he hasn't really played in a while. I think he'd spend however long it would take, doing that until the ring was done.
Would you like to have any interactions with anybody else during this time?
I mean, during those days, during however many days it takes for that to happen, I'd say probably not.
Okay. I didn't know if your mother or Z or anybody else would come to mind.
Yeah, nah.
Okay,
Not
okay.
at the moment. Maybe next time.
Okay. Then we will say that you will be practicing a certain song that you don't have to tell me, I suppose, if you want to keep it from me, you monster. But as you would eventually return, Gorthos and Brock, you guys would be essentially giving some kind of aid. Brock, you don't know a ton of stuff about forging things, but you are able to note that every time Gorthos is basically done with what he should be doing, he seems to stop and want to completely start over and remake the project.
Oh, no, that's like the 12th one you've thrown away.
One thing that Ronan probably would have done before the work on the ring actually got started,
Mhm.
I think he probably would have brought them a bunch of goddess metal from the garden.
Oh, definitely. You guys have plenty.
Yeah. Just to
And they're
put
some of the
that
only
in there
ones
as well.
not pussy enough to not use it.
Exactly.
It's just a rock. Yeah, it's just a rock.
Mhm. But yeah, you were able to get them the goddess medal. You were able to get them everything that would be needed for it. Whenever you return,
yeah.
once again, you would see that they would be essentially talking about Gorthos wanting to maybe add another feature or another something to this thing, where Brock is just kind of like hands over the ring that's being made, trying to protect it.
It's still not right. It could use what get away. Gorthos, sit down. Take it. You're so much stronger than me. I don't know how.
Brock is trying to like hand this over to you at this point, like, ah!
Thank you, Brock. And thank you, Gorthos, very much.
Ha! I win. Dang it, he won.
You don't need to add a laser, Gorthos.
Everything should have a laser with it. You didn't know that was a thing until Galen did it.
The one you made before it exploded.
That's because you didn't do it right.
We don't have
He
time,
thinks it's the shape.
Gorthos.
He has nothing but time. He's immortal again.
You can make the next one.
That's what you always say about his inventions.
You can pre-make it. I'm sure that with an immortal form, you can find someone in the future to make another ring for.
But what are the odds of that happening?
They look at you. You're right. What are the odds of that?
Well, you're in agreement with something.
They will cross their arms and they will look away. Is that good for you, Ronan?
I think it's perfect. I hope she likes it.
You see Brock pinching the bridge of his nose. Come on, man. Come on.
I was literally born last week.
Okay, so I was gonna ask, like, do you want to explain to him what he did wrong, or should I?
Ronan's like, I don't even know the culture, and I know what's wrong.
I don't think it means more coming from you. We only just met.
He's gonna, I guess.
What?
Like, gesture for Gorthos to lead down.
Is it the ring? He knew he did something wrong with it.
I knew we should have added more features. Try telling them, though. Ronan, you bring him off to the side.
He like gestures for him to lean down.
Which you've never done before in your whole life.
Mhm.
I think she would like want one from you. I think that's what she was kind of getting at.
But she keeps saying she doesn't want the lasers. She doesn't want a ring.
I don't know how true that is.
It's what he's been assuming. Why else is she yelling at him like that? She said no one else is ever going to want a laser ring.
Well, I mean, maybe not a laser ring, but like a ring.
What she specifically said was maybe you can put it in and put something like do whatever you want with the next ring you make for somebody. She didn't say she didn't want a laser ring. She said you do whatever you want with the next one.
Yeah, or she just was talking about this specific one and not future ones.
Oh, crap.
Yeah.
He did it again, didn't he? He did the thing. With obsession.
Yeah.
Oh, no. He was in hot water for a long time last time.
Well, I'm sure with an immortal body, you can make it up to her at some point.
And she said that same thing. He knows what he'll figure it out. You go have fun with yours.
Thank you very much.
Who would ever want a
Gorthus.
ring? Who would ever want me to make another ring? When would I ever do that? I don't know. When would you? I didn't get to do a hump. I wanted to do the hump.
Gorthus a big old pat on the back, and yeah, he'll make his way away.
As
You
he's walking away, you just take a deep breath and sigh. Zelda.
goodbye, Ronan.
Just walks away. It's like, no, wait, I'm just wait, sorry.
I don't know
That's not what he
I
meant.
don't know what you're talking about, Gorthus.
Well, there's your next 2,000 years.
If you wanted one, you just had to say so.
Oh no,
What's
I don't know. I
happening?
don't know when you would find another time to make another ring, Gorthos. Who knows when that would happen? When somebody would want something like that?
You have the rest of the buildings, right, Brock? Right. See, oh no. Oh, you'd rather fight Garen again. How does anyone think we're insane?
I want Brock to change their name to Broxton. That way they can join Sun's company. I'm playing. No, I'm playing. But no, Ronan, you have your ring. There has been a dispute, but besides that, you have your ring. You look to it, you see the gem that was brought off from the section of wall that you had seen before. You see that whenever you bring it to your hands, just from the fact that you are a magician, just from the fact that you are technically a witch, you do see that whenever it comes into contact with any magic around you, that does seem to be almost a swirling of colors that seem to come out from it. It gives very much a crystalline or diamond-esque like color at first, but you do find that it almost works as in like almost looking at oil or something, where the color of it whenever you touch it with any form of magic seems to almost radiate from it and like shine outward from it.
Rainbow ring.
Rainbow gold ring.
Rainbow gold.
Rainbow goddess metal ring. Rainbow god gold.
Yeah.
God gold medal.
Alrighty. And I think he will make his way away and try to find where Obora is.
Again, given any understanding of time in this situation, you would most likely guess that Obora would be in several different places. The immediate thing that comes to mind is most likely over at one of the Zora domains. However, you do note that one of the places that they do stay around a lot is your home, because again, you guys have that rather large room that is there, as well as other things off and about. There is also the room back at your domain with the clam that you know that they like, because clam.
Yeah. Oh, when you were saying my room for the first thing,
I meant
thought
your
that's what
room.
you were
I meant your
talking
room at the
about.
house, at the
Okay.
other house. Yeah. But there are several places that you can think of where she would possibly be, and they would be any of those places you decide.
Cool. I'll check Zora's domain.
All right, you go into regular Zora's domain, the Sea Zora.
Yeah.
You make your way home. As you do, you find going off into that direction, there is quite the number of people who would have been here. You do find that despite the fact that they have basically been banished from these lands, you do note that over the past few days, Gidon has made their way off and around the domain, seemingly bringing back treasures whenever he makes his way out off into the mountains. You see that he has basically called it upon himself to try to retrieve all of the sacred treasures of the mountains from all the different trials. So every time he returns, he seems to have a separate one. He seems to have another one, bringing it over toward Faraday. Other than that, you do find that your previous old king is definitely off and about. That being said, he is seemingly expended a lot of his energy to a point of, while he is definitely tough and while he is definitely able to do a lot more than he did before, he has been mostly resting in the past few times that anybody has came there. You have brought yourself back to him several times to perform and other things for him. You've helped him along inside of his room as you used to, but he seems to be fine. He seems to be mostly taken care of. As for looking around for Obra, you do find that going into your home, there is an Obra who has seemingly replaced the door that was taken apart from the monsters that had attacked the area. There has been a lot of people off and about seemingly repairing things because it's all made of that same silver. Unfortunately, nobody can really repair it through magic. But people have been repairing it with the different metals and other things that they have been able to get from the surrounding areas. But the door itself to your room seems to be mostly, at this point, made from different kinds of seemingly woods and other kinds of magical engravings and indentations. You find Obra has replaced that section. And again, that section is directly outside of the portal to go to the sea domain, so you are able to see that almost immediately.
Heck yeah.
You find that there appears to be some talking happening inside of your room.
Oh.
I would like to know,
Okay.
do you want to listen, or do you want to make yourself known?
I think he would knock on his own door.
You knock on your own door. As you do, you see the door immediately go open, and you do find that there is an Obra that is there, as well as there is an Obra that is there. However, as soon as the door opens and there is an Obra that is there, the other Obra that is there is looking to the other Obra that is there, and that Obra that is there is looking to that Obra that is there, and this Obra goes, "Well, I suppose that is everything I need. I'm going to be making my way away. I will see the two of you at a later time. I would like to go and speak to the king." Right? Yes, it is a king. She is a wonderful king. Of course. And my thoughts to you, Ronan.
Same?
Well, that wasn't weird at all.
Sure wasn't.
Hi, Ronan.
Hey. What are you two talking about?
Oh, secret things. Don't worry about it.
Oh, okay. Not ominous at all.
Okay, I'll show you. I wanted it to be finished. But, she motions over toward your aquarium. As you see, your aquarium has had its water put back inside because, again, it was somewhat damaged in the monster attack. But as you look to it, there appears to be beside of the luminous stone that is in the center, the stone that you have placed inside the aquarium, you see something inside of the aquarium, Ronan. You see something swimming around inside the aquarium.
What do I see?
You see what appears to be a fish, but a rather impressive looking fish. You see what can only be described as a miniature whale.
Wow.
We will never live this down.
A tiny little whale.
It's not a baby whale, by the way. It is a small whale.
It's just a pygmy whale.
Yes. You see what appears to be a whale inside of this area that seems to be just sort of like drifting around like near the top and bottom of the area. It's able to come to the surface every now and then. A little tiny spout of water comes up.
What in the world?
Well,
Oh.
you had told me before that one of your more silly dreams was to have something like this, and we were able to find one, and I shrunk it down.
Oh, that, given what I've heard, that makes more sense.
Hmm?
I've just heard that these things are pretty big.
Oh
Normally.
yes, this thing was monstrous.
Oh,
That being said, it seemed to be something of a loner on its own, and from my own talks with it, thanks to our resident me, the other one, I was able to figure out certain aspects of it, and it seemed very much like it was looking for some kind of safety. So I brought it here. You don't normally find these anywhere by the lake, by the way. We will have to take care of the water a bit more. But we're
yeah.
both magicians of one sort or the other. I'm sure we can figure it out.
I don't know what to say. Thank you.
I told you.
I was not expecting anything like this.
Oh, believe me, I thought it was going to be hilarious, and it is. No matter what, the smallest little thing that I can do for you, especially the silliest thing that I can do for you, will always be something that I will do for you, Ronan. If you ever do feel weird about it or uncomfortable about it, we can find another place to put it. But
I mean, maybe I can talk to it. Maybe we can be friends if he was, a loner.
your mother was able to give me some insight on it. They are not obviously related to the Zora or anything like that. But there is definitely somewhat of a resemblance.
Yeah, I would definitely say so.
Oddly enough, it is not a fish.
Yeah, they're whales apparently.
Yeah, they're apparently mammalian. So they will need air. I made sure there are pockets all throughout the aquarium. I added in a rock feature there that goes into a tiny little cave if it wishes to sleep and not have to float or fall or anything of the sort. Throughout the different things, thanks to the other me, I was able to communicate enough with it to make sure it was comfortable. Yeah, again, I might have went a little overboard.
I think it's great. Thank you. He will give her a big hug.
You have to watch what you say around me. Luckily for me, I haven't said anything embarrassing to you.
It might happen sooner or later. You never know. Well, that's... Huh.
Do you like it?
I love it. Oh man, that's really funny because I also had a thing for you.
You didn't get me the same thing, did you?
I did not get you a tiny whale in a fish tank. I can't say that I would have been able to do that.
Thank you for saying it all out loud. I needed it to be said back to me how great I am.
You are amazing.
Changing the fabric of the world for mine.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that what you have for me is just the same.
This seems like kind of a weird place for it, though. You want to take a walk with me?
Oh, yes, of course. Sorry, I was treating things a little bit more silly.
You're good.
I have been known to not really feel out the room too much before making decisions, but you know that.
You've definitely gotten a lot better. I'm not an expert at it either, believe me.
But sure. Where would you like to go?
How about that one lake? You remember that one?
Hmm?
The one nearby?
Oh, the one with the waterfall?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alrighty then. He'll take her hand and get to make their way.
We actually have that out here, so I can go to that.
Yeah, we can just go.
Ronan, you find your way over toward the lake, the one that you had went to whenever the two of you had escaped from the area. It's a little bit smaller than it actually is on this, but whatever. As the two of you would make your way here, she would make note as you guys leave the domain. Oh, Ronan. Should I be invisible? We don't want anyone to catch us.
I think you're good visible. I think it's probably better for this.
It's nostalgic. It wasn't that long ago, was it?
It really wasn't when you think about it, huh?
It feels a lot longer.
Yeah.
Like 5 years.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Almost
Anyway.
5 years, exactly.
Sorry. Feeling a little nostalgic walking this trail with you.
I mean,
Though
that's
the last
kind of the
time you were
reason-
carrying me.
Yeah. That's kind of the reason I wanted to come here. It's kind of where this whole journey started for us, in a way. Felt it was kind of appropriate.
I had to hold myself back from something silly right there. I'll tell you later. It's not the time. I'm sorry.
He just kind of gives you like a curious look.
I felt, I don't know, lighter in the past few days. Before, whenever everything was going on, there was always the looming something beyond, There was a part of me that thought that even though as happy as we both were, that there was always the chance that one of us wouldn't make it out after the whole Ganon situation, And I don't know, I guess I was mentally preparing myself for that, but once everything shifted, once everything got to this point, everything feels weird. Not bad, but
yeah,
lighter. I've been looking around. Almost everything seems funny to me.
I can understand that. I've been feeling a similar way myself.
Whenever I look to the sun, I think of how funny it is that the sun now has Polo's face. Whenever I Whenever I look around at everything around us, I think about all of the different potential very modest fairies that could be lurking around any corner. It just feels like like it's not real.
Things are very different from when we started out.
It feels
And
odd to be this happy. I mean, again, there was always a thought that it was too good to be true, you know? That by the time this was all over, something was going to happen, so I was wanting to make sure every moment was wonderful, and oh, I'm speaking too much now.
I like it when you talk.
I like it when you talk. So you should do more of that and stop me.
Well, rather than talk, first thing I wanted to do was show you something I've been working on. It's a new piece.
Oh, of
If you-
course.
Alrighty.
Serenade me.
You got it. He will pull out his violin and he will begin to play the song that he played a long time ago in Castletown when he invited Obra to his concert. He first played the Song of Healing and then started to play another song specifically for Obra
Oh.
that to convey those feelings he was having at the time. And he has tweaked it, fine-tuned it, expanded upon it over these last several days. And I think he would want to play that in full for her.
I don't know what it's going to sound like, but I found a thing in one of my lovely music playlists that's called Ocean Waves, so I'm playing that right now.
Hell yeah.
I'm gonna cry. This sucks.
There is a note that she just sits and listens. She does seem to acknowledge that it seems familiar, but whenever it goes, it keeps going, she just stares over at you. Again, it feels like that was so long ago. You were a lot clumsier, despite being really good back then.
Don't I know it?
It's amazing how quickly your skill with the violin can go. Though, to be fair, you are an oracle now. Very important person. But
don't know.
more than that, I can tell you put a lot of effort. It's a beautiful song. Do you have a name?
I was thinking Romanza of the River.
Sounds wonderful. And we're all flattered. I'll speak for every one of them.
It's, you know who it's for.
Like I said, I'll speak for every one of them. Both of me.
I see.
I'm playing.
Well, it's not for her either.
I'm playing. She is a river goddess, but I'm playing. Sorry. Again, I need to stop speaking at all. I love it. It's so lovely.
I'm glad.
Thank you. Mine was so silly in comparison, but this was a wonderful gift.
I like your silliness.
Don't get used to it. Whenever I get used to things, I'll go back to my cynical self, obviously. Maybe a little bit of silly. I don't think that there's a reason for the happy to go away anymore.
I would hope not.
But I'll find it. I'll find it, and I will hold on to it and keep it at bay. I can't have people thinking that I'm a clown.
You can.
I'll only
Listen
be this
here,
silly
you.
in front of you. How about that?
That works for me. It wouldn't hurt to open up a little more.
I'll be silly around them too, but only you can see this part of me.
That.
And your mother and the other me, because they've already seen it. And the small king. Not my mother, though. I draw the line.
No, absolutely.
Magic frog can
Understandable.
come.
Yay. But,
Thank you for the gift.
oh wait, there's more.
Oh?
Well, I guess it's more of, me asking you for something.
Oh, of course. I mean, I won't say yes immediately.
He will take out the little case that he had the ring in. I'm gonna say there was a case.
Hmm?
And I imagine he will get on one knee, as he has probably seen someone do in the last while.
As you do this, and as she looks to the thing, there is a almost squeak of realization that goes over her, but she stops it. As if she almost said something immediately that she just said that she wasn't going to say immediately.
I also like to imagine, because he's so much taller than her, him getting on one knee.
They're just eye level. Yeah.
He will open it. Say, would you marry me?
Yes, immediately. How dare you? How dare you make a liar out of me? She will jump forward without barely looking to the ring quite yet, but just throws their arms around you.
He will take her in his arms as well.
Ronan, when did you learn anything like this? This isn't something. This isn't something that happens. I mean, I was perfectly fine going with the Ronan. Oh, it looks lovely too.
I'm glad you like it.
There is just a sense about her that you could have given her like the shittiest looking thing and she would have been fine with it.
Behold this rock.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly a thing that I'm super familiar with doing, but I mean, this whole journey's been about expanding horizons, right? So I thought this seemed like a nice tradition that I learned from Galen, so.
Well, thank you, Galen. But more than anything, Ronan, thank you. Yeah,
thank you.
Yes, I've already said that.
Thank you for everything, getting me out and showing me the world.
I should be saying those words to you. He will go ahead.
I was gonna say he was gonna heckin' go in for kissy.
Oh, that's a bit too far now, Ronan. Hey now. Kissing already?
You're not even married yet.
Hold your horses, bucko.
You're just fiancés. You're not married yet.
Those in chat that need to know, they've done so much more than kissing by now.
Yes, absolutely.
You can stare at each other longingly and have sex.
But kissing
But kissing crosses the line.
there
6
is
feet apart.
there is you bringing yourself over to them, they will 1,000,000,000% kiss and not know when to stop. There is a good amount of time that passes before they even think to try on the ring, because there is just that much of a time gap between the start and end of that kiss that there is a plenty of time. But yes, she seems overwhelmed. She seems very embarrassed again with all of this, starting from her giving you that silly present before. She seems again just very much, she says yes like 3 more times during it.
Just in case you didn't hear it the first time or the second time or the third time.
But basically throughout the next little while, depending on where this needs to go, depending on where you guys end up making your way, depending on if you make your way back, stay here for a while, there is just an absolute sense of, again, she said it, there was a lightness about that no longer feels like there's something at the end. There's nothing that really seems to be immediately coming forth as any kind of dread or any kind of thing. You guys have gone through that part already. And while there's probably going to be much more, maybe different problems in the future, whether it be from your own thoughts or something around you guys, it feels like all of that is super far away. And just like she was trying to describe, it almost feels that there is a lightness over the both of you, where nothing of that matters at the moment. But yeah.
Yay.
Oh, 9/11.
All right, Marco, follow that up.
Fucking ow!
Do your thing.
I'm gonna be real with you. If you don't end up having sex with Hosier, I'm gonna have to 9/11 myself. I don't know what else to do.
You go to Hosier. Hosier's just like, I thought you and Eve, you had like a thing going on for a second there. I don't... No, I'm playing.
I can strangle you. I'm gonna strangle
All right,
before the
Emerald.
9/11 happens. I'm gonna strangle everyone here except for
Why
Ronan.
me? What the fuck?
Drive-by strangling. What the fuck?
Just reach his hands into plane.
Yeah, I could have stopped it.
Emerald, do you have anything you want to do?
All right, Emerald, go on.
Nah.
Nah.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
It's your epilogue, not mine. If you don't want to do shit, it's not my problem.
I'm just. It's currently raining and thunderstorming over here, and I'm like, I'm watching out for you, God. Where the fuck you are?
Okay, now
Don't
say it
fucking ruin
slowly,
it.
and if we hear a thunder strike, we'll know at least you're dead. So just give it a try.
Well, you wouldn't. I do. You push talk.
That's true.
That's true. I guess you would just
We'll
be
never
quiet.
know when you die.
It's true. You never would. So anyway, yes, I would like to go and find Hosier if it weren't obvious at this point.
Of course. It's relatively easy because there has been that large settlement that's basically been erected almost overnight and has been helped out thanks to the thanks to Gorthos and Brock making their way through it. You do find that is where most of the King's men currently are. Hosier, from what you understand, has been very busy in the past little while his magic was not extremely useful in the fight, at least according to him. he has been swamped. He has been basically MVP of the king's army, getting people up and around the different areas, getting different large sections of debris and things settle off and away. You find that finding them is no hard task. As soon as you make your way, there are people that are telling you, yeah, Hosier's over there. We keep telling him to rest. He keeps saying, bring him some kind of potion, and we've decided not to listen to him. He's strapped to his bed.
Good. As he should be. That idiot.
You would make your way over toward the section that they would have, as you just see that there is a Hosier not strapped to a bed because he can fucking teleport, but
yeah, of course he wouldn't be.
But is staying in his room because he was given an order. As he looks back over, I believe that I'm fully rest, Marco.
Hey.
Hello. I've been busy. How have you been doing? Have you spoken to your father?
My father? What did you say? I only hit the last part.
Said, have you spoken to your father?
Yeah, we've talked. And it seems like things are going to be okay as they can be back at the home with all of them. Now that he's, around again.
Well, I know that certain events are going down from what I've been told from my family. They're taking down that statue of you.
Thankfully.
That's what I was saying.
It is funny, though, to think about.
As soon as it was up, there went the neighborhood.
Exactly. But I think...
I was kidding. I don't want you to think that I actually meant that.
I mean, I didn't like the statue either, really.
Yes, but it's still you. It was a joke. I didn't want you to think I was actually saying anything like that.
Don't worry about it. I didn't think that at all.
Good.
In fact, I wanted to say that it's kind of funny when you think about it. With how, back then, you thought that I was a girl back then. And they made that statue, which I'm pretty sure at this point has been an inside joke for them the entire time.
You do not have to bring up the past, Marco.
I want to, though.
If you start bringing up the past, I'm going to start bringing up the past. Like the fact that technically, you only have your beginner adventuring license.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like pulling the Master Sword kind of trumps that a little bit.
You can have whatever sort of deific or magical upgrade you wish, but there are still rules in society. Luckily,
I know.
Luckily, it doesn't seem to matter. There isn't any person out there who's going to say anything of it, but if we're going to start digging up the past, maybe the paperwork finds their way to the king. And then promptly shove back in my face because you're a champion.
At some point, I will get the proper licensing for as much as I can get, really.
I doubt you're going to need it.
I know.
I'm not good at joking.
That's fine. Not everyone is. Some people tell jokes and they always fall flat. Or they're told at the wrong time when they don't think it is.
I'll probably be heading back either to Castletown or Lon Lon soon. Nobody here seems to have much of anything else they can think of for me to do. Oddly enough, Myro's been more help than me.
I don't know, I've heard a lot of praise for you, dude.
I was able to get a few things off, but that's nothing anybody with a strength of a Donu or one of the Gerudo could do.
I don't know. I think they really like what you can do now.
Well, obviously, it has its perks. But, again, it's not like I'm doing much that is needed. Other people can do the same thing.
You're right. Other people can do the same thing. Which means you, after everything that's happened, should probably take an extended vacation at this point.
I'm going to make my way back to Castletown very shortly, and I will see if the king has anything going on for me. I've actually been debating on something.
Really?
I was thinking of making my way to Spectacle City.
Oh?
They have the, Rito embassy there, the place that they use to train the different people of the Royal Guard. I was thinking of getting that kind of training for myself. I only dabbled in things before, but I believe that with my current abilities, I should be able to, at the very least, learn a little bit more about that. I don't want to say it that way, but if the other Royal Guards can make it, I'm sure I can.
I am confident that you will pass with flying colors.
I'm glad you think that, because you're coming with me.
You'd think I wasn't?
He seemed to make his way over toward his bag. As he does, he pulls out what appears to be a form. I wasn't going to let you get away with essentially just rocketing back into a dungeon immediately. So I was going to have you sign up with me. It doesn't have to be for actually working for the kingdom, obviously, but you are a champion, and if you are to pass the Royal Guard, just like I would, then at that point, it would give more credence to the entirety of the military of the kingdom, and I think that's going to be needed for whenever the king steps down. He's apparently handing everything over to the Bishop of War pretty soon.
I heard about that.
And he will be heading it off to one of, if not both of, the princesses. Though, if I were to be a betting man, I would say neither of them is going to actually take it.
Probably, yeah. They both won't want it for very different reasons.
Who knows? Maybe we'll figure out something else. If they end up not wanting it, maybe that just means that new management is more permanent than others. I don't know. All I know is that whenever things step down, it's not over, but the king and my brother have both told me that my I guess my oath is technically fulfilled. Whenever my brother passed, that was whenever I dove headlong into all of this. Before, I was just a guard, but ever since he made his way out, I started being a lot more involved with everything. But that was because he was gone. Whenever I made my oath to the king, it was to protect him in my brother's stead. But my brother, sister, whatever.
Who could also probably take the crown if offered, because also it's the princess.
I don't know, Marco.
I know.
I don't know how I would actually be able to deal with being of royal blood, but the point is, once he steps down, I actually don't have a job anymore. I didn't go through the proper channels to become a knight. I sort of took everything up in my brother's name, which is why I'm wanting to go and do the Royal Guard training, but also, I don't know if I'm going to immediately come back. I wanted to see if you had any ideas beyond that point, because I don't know, I feel like if I'm going to swear fealty again, I want to have a reason, but I also don't want to just stand on my cuffs, you know? And I have a proper adventuring license.
That is true. As a proper adventurer, you should really take someone like me who doesn't have a proper license under your wing, and we go and explore dungeons.
That's what I was mentioning
afterwards.
earlier. I don't actually think you need it, because if you do stick around me, you only need to have one.
That's very true.
We'd need more people, obviously, to form an actual adventuring party.
I think a couple people.
The dungeons
If you
haven't
wanted more
stopped
people.
appearing. Even though we've taken care of that crazy dungeon that Polo had made. From what we've got reports of, the dungeons keep on showing up. Grottos and other outcroppings showing themselves. Monsters seemingly eking from them. There's still plenty of work.
Still plenty of adventure left out there.
And to be honest, I can't think of anyone better to be around. We've had problems, but you trusted me enough to give me that power. You brought me with you whenever everything was going down, and quite honestly, if it wasn't for you, I doubt that my brother would still be here. So, you don't have to, but I would
I
like
want
to.
to.
Can I say it?
Say it.
I'd like to adventure with you.
I'd like to adventure with you too. Proper ones, not... Obviously this was an adventure, obviously, but... smaller adventures that aren't the entire fate of the world at every step. You know?
Those fun adventures that you talked about. Those explorations that happened.
Exactly.
If you'd have me, I'd have to be considered the party leader until you got your better license. But it is
Of course.
expensive.
It is expensive. We'd have to go through a lot of dungeons in order to get all the rupees needed. Especially some of the people that I'm thinking of, where they'll have to get their first licenses first, and it'll just take a long time, I think. A long time of adventuring.
You are adding far more to my plate, Marco, than what I said.
Yeah.
But I'd like it.
I'd like it too. There is something more, though, that I wanted to say
Oh yeah?
about all this. Wait, did you say oh no?
Said oh yeah? The
Oh, yeah.
opposite of that.
Yeah, yeah. Listen, my hearing's still fucked. I'm sorry. Anyway. What I was trying to get at before, bringing up the past, when you had said that you had liked me back then.
Marco.
Well, while it was embarrassing, I liked that. You liked me.
You what?
Yeah?
Marco. We were kids.
I know, I liked the idea of it, Hosier.
The idea of it? The idea of what? I don't...
You liking me like that.
I don't like... What are you saying?
If we are going to adventure together, then I need to be perfectly honest about how I feel, right? I liked back in the day when I was doing what I was doing and making a hassle for you because I wanted to have your attention. And I wasn't sure why at first.
You were doing childish things like that for my attention?
Yes. And after everything that's happened, I've realized it's because I like you. I'm not trying to, like, force anything on you or expect anything out of you, but...
You're not?
I already forced the power on you, come on.
Well, what am I supposed to say now? I mean, I'm the party leader, Marco. There's a power imbalance, and there's all kinds of things to think about.
Master Sword, and that's also a power imbalance. Do you know I can literally go back in that forest anytime I want and find that thing?
I have the power. I have the power of a demon god inside of me that I have to watch over through generations of people whoever I pass it to.
Regardless. I just wanted to
What is it?
make it clear that I do like you.
Answer me.
Like that. You want me to say the whole thing then?
No, just... What is it that you like about me?
I like your stubbornness. I like the seriousness that you take your work. I also liked when I saw that other side of you that was willing to completely...
I'm going to change off Ocean Waves. We've run on Ocean Waves for a bit. I'm going to go to...
It's been too much. Too much Ocean Waves.
I'm going to go to Remembrances.
I liked how the other part of you that decided to try to sabotage me for the licensing. I thought that was the funniest thing in the world, especially when I still passed.
So you like to see me fail?
That's not what I said. I liked seeing more parts of you that I hadn't seen before.
I'm amusing my face whenever I lose.
Stop trying to spin it into a negative light. Also, I don't have that much experience with this kind of thing, so don't make fun of me about that. Come on.
I'm not making fun of you. I just want to know what... Before all this, I was nothing special. I was a guard. I didn't have any... I wasn't a hero like my brother, and I wasn't any kind of, like, accomplished knight or anything. I just find it odd that you think that you like me for some reason. Haven't done anything to...
Why do you think I trusted you with the power? Because I knew I could trust you. Because I knew it would be in good hands. You don't have to be the biggest hero. You don't have to be the strongest, most noble knight ever. I like you for you.
I didn't tell you to write me a book. I just said what you liked about me. You like me for me? What's that even supposed to mean?
It means that I'm not always the best with words. And it's hard to
Clearly.
describe everything. Clearly, it's true.
Oh. Are you... You're certain about that?
I'm very certain.
It's not just a whim. It's not just...
If it were just a whim, I don't know if I would have been able to trust you with what I gave you. I don't know I'd be able to do that. I've known kind of since then, really, and probably before then, but I never knew how to say anything. I almost did during the cart ride up to Polo's home, but
Marco, I never thought you were a girl. He looked away.
really? Really?
You looked... Whenever I saw you like that, you just looked... cute. And I thought that I could hold it over your head later. But I never felt like it. Don't laugh. Eventually, I pushed those thoughts and feelings away, especially after I left Lon Lon. I didn't think I would ever see you again. And then you showed up, and when you showed up, you were around all these other more important and fascinating people, and whenever I tried to stop you and put you to a point where you... I thought if you didn't pass the exam, you'd have to train a bit more, and you could train with the guards and me.
You should have just said that from the start.
Shut up. I didn't know. I didn't know what I was... why I was doing things. I didn't feel it at the moment. I knew that I needed you to stay... I needed you to stay where I could still reach you. I'd seen you go through the dungeons without a license. I'd seen you make your way out of them, and I knew that as soon as other people saw what I saw with you, you would fly too high away from me. You would be the one going to the royal guard training. You would be the one making your way to the castle, and eventually you became champion, and I was distraught when that happened. I stayed over by my brother's tomb the whole time, and I told him all about it. He wasn't there to hear me. And then whenever I pushed myself too much, whenever I threw myself into those potions to stay awake and protect that place, and who shows up but you to tell me everything I did that was wrong and show me that no matter what, you are someone who was in my life and made me rethink a lot of the things that I already thought about you. And I never... You can't put a bow in your hair and expect to be a completely different person. That isn't how people with eyes work. But it's funny to have something over you, and whenever you thought that that was what it was, whenever I thought for a second that's what it was You're not just saying this to make me admit all these embarrassing things.
I'm not. I'm very serious.
Then... now what?
That's a good question, because I don't know. Despite all my adventuring,
We could make our way back to Castletown if you want to go with me.
Sure.
And I mean, there's a few places we can check on the way back. Extend the journey by a few days, but I can make sure that people are all right and check out some of the other villages on the way.
That
Unless
sounds
you have
great
something
me.
better to do.
No, I've got nothing better to do at the moment. Unfortunately, being an adventurer like me, I don't have a lot of useful skills to help out around cities and such.
You see
It's
him
not.
look over toward the, because again, he has been ordered to rest, so he has not been wearing it. You see him look over toward the armors and stuff that he has off in the corner as he does. Then no use of packing. Let's make our way.
All right.
And you have a horse, right?
Yeah, I do.
I don't. I don't have one right now. I could get one. I could go and get a horse. We don't. Never mind.
I mean, we could share a horse. It shouldn't be that big of a deal.
We could.
You've cut down on resources needed to keep 2 horses fed. Also, she's a war horse basically, so she's very strong. It should be fine.
If you're fine with it,
Of
then
course.
let's go and get Epona ready.
Mm-hmm. Then do you want to leave from Lon? Do you want to leave from here? Because we could do either or.
We could, whichever.
Okay.
I don't have to make all the decisions just because I'm the party leader. You can make decisions.
No, you're the party leader. You have to make all the decisions.
Mhm.
That's what you wanted. You wanted to be the party leader.
I have to because I'm the only one with the license to be one. Fine, then ready up Epona and we'll head out immediately and we'll go to Lon first and then we'll go to other places and we'll check things out and we'll make our way back and figure out what to do there and stuff.
Alrighty. He will go and fetch Epona.
As you do, you would find that Epona is very easy to get ready. Epona is, again, the Lon warhorse. They are basically ready for anything immediately. As you get them ready and as things go on, it does look for a moment that Hosier, as they get up onto the horse, again, they have not donned their armor or anything. They don't really wish to go around as a knight at the moment. But as they get up there and as they get over, I've only rode in the carriage whenever I've had a war horse. They're powerful. I'm going to have to steady myself.
Of course.
See, and
We rode on her during the battle. It's fine.
I was in my armor then. You don't mind?
I don't mind.
Then he goes to put his hands around you. As he does, he sort of leans forward into it with just a what?
Nothing. Let's go.
Go, yeah. You find that he leans in even whenever you're not really going fast. He seems to be very confused and hesitant, but happy at what was being brought in front of him. Hosier is not someone who you have a feeling rushes into a lot of different things, so there is no like immediate just throwing out of any too many
kisses,
words
any
or kisses or
loves,
anything, but he does seem
the hard L words.
he does seem very much like, as he is holding and as he's going forward, he does seem very comfortable after a while. After the initial getting used to things, he seems comfortable enough.
We've got a lot of adventuring to do, so it can be a slow ride.
I want you to know,
Yeah.
it was not canon for a while, but back whenever you did do things with the license, I did have it planned that one of two things was going to happen with Hosier, and I ended up going with the other one. But the whole him wanting you to stick around was a part of things at one point in the story.
Hell yeah.
I want to tell you why, though, and you're gonna hate this.
Oh yeah.
I originally had Yandere Hosier.
Oh no.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh my
Well, it's a
god.
good thing clarity exists.
Well, thank God
obviously
for
we
the dark
didn't
powers of
go-
evil changing that.
Obviously, we didn't go with a Yandere Hosier, but that was on my brain at one point, was to have Hosier end up kind of not having the clarity spot, but having more of the Vati spot at one point. But
Oh,
eventually
God.
I loved Hosier too much, and I didn't want to make him a bad guy.
What's
Writing
the
down in my
opposite
notes,
of
could have been
9/11?
Yandere.
This is kind of like rebuilding my towers.
So I just made him a different Dere.
Yay, he's a kudere.
He's a cooter.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, it's a great day to be a Fuyoshi.
I did it, chat. Are you proud of me?
There was gonna be a point, and again, this is back whenever potential Yandere slash evil Hosier, but there was gonna be a point where whenever if you ever brought up the whole "you thought I was a girl" at one point again, he was gonna be like, "You thought that's what that was? I was just happy you didn't take the relic."
God.
And like he would have went
man.
into the dungeon after you.
I mean, but Marco does have the relic. It's the feather.
He would not have considered that to be the relic, because
Oh
in
my
his
God.
mind you didn't defeat the boss of the dungeon. Again, boss key. Haha. Anyway. But again,
Oh,
we ended up going a different route with it, but he was definitely going to be a whole other thing when it came to Marco, and basically like essentially going at the other party members a lot harder, but sort of always keeping Marco just on the brink of survival the entire time.
Oh
I
my
see.
God.
Again,
You
ended up
didn't
not
need to
going
do
it.
that though. I do that myself.
This
I
was
think we
this was
landed in the best timeline.
I think we have a good Hosier.
Yeah.
But I do
I
think
like
it's
it
super
too,
funny
yeah.
that was one of the options before because like again, the idea with the Vati character was that he was sort of playing at being like certain people. Again, eventually he was Forrest. One of the thing is he was basically being Hosier but also being Vati. It was gonna be a big thing. Anyway. Funny, haha.
oh, yo.
I am so glad that we have this version of Hosier or not. Whatever that could have been.
We have come full circle. At this point, we have a little bit to go. But I want to make sure everybody gets what they want done. It is currently 12 o'clock. Going on at its very least. I would like to know, does anybody else have anything they would like to do? I know for a fact at least two of you do. But I want to make sure before anything, consider the round robin at this point. We can break it if we need to.
Gasp.
It's been fulcrum.
Gasps in Spanish.
Does anybody have anything they would like to do right now?
Hmm.
It was me. It was Anthony.
Yeah.
Me, right? That had the things, or was there anyone else?
He is
It
not
can be
here.
anyone.
I've done what I had to do, and with it, I will politely bow and
Yeah.
wish you all a merry epilogue and a happy new whatever the fuck you're doing next.
Yeah, it is
Thank
12
you.
o'clock, so Fomal
Yeah,
has
thanks, Fomal.
sleep they need to do.
Yeah.
Wow,
Just good.
thank
Thank you
night,
for showing
everybody.
up,
Good night.
Fomal.
Good
Bye bye.
Oh, bye bye.
Squeaky so she has a thing, but she's currently trapped.
Oh, I know. They're one of the ones that I know wants to have something. So
Gotcha.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah,
For
yeah,
me, I mean, yeah, I do want to go back to the forest and do that one little puzzle thing that we never did.
yeah. Okay. Let's make some time for that.
I'm
Okay,
kidding.
I'm just-
I don't give a fuck
Yeah.
about that anymore.
Yeah, congratulations, you get a Korok seed.
I remember.
I'm after.
I want that to
but
actually happen. I want like during the little the little Kokiri party that happened. I want like in the background of like this serious thing happening with Atalanta, you just see like a larger than normal Kokiri, but it's actually just Marco going off and doing the puzzle.
He's not.
still love
He's just a Korok, not a Kokiri.
I love that one fucking thing. It's like, no, seduce me. I love that. That was such a fun reversal. Anyway, yeah, I have a thing with Gorthos, but I'd like to have all players present for
Of course.
that. I can think of something for Douglas and Brock, but you know, others are
I
here.
want to
I got
make
something for
sure
Raven.
I want to make sure that we have everything we want to get done. However, I also want to make sure that we do the big ones, because
Yeah,
again,
that's
we
the-
have at most maybe another hour.
Yeah,
Squeaky says she'll be another 3 to 5 minutes.
Yeah. So if you find if you think that it's something that is gonna take a little bit of time, then let's fucking go for it. If you think it's super important, if it is something that we can sort of understand that that's what's happened, then we probably should hold off on it. But it's up to you guys. Obviously, we want to make sure that everybody gets what they want to get done.
In that case, I think the thing that I had in mind for Ronan, that's a thing we can it doesn't necessarily jump out at me as like a thing that needs to be like.
Because
done
I
right now.
also have one thing that I want to do at the very end as well.
Oh, look at you.
Really? You want to do something in a round robin? What?
I can be Robin. I'm pretty round.
God, fuck's sake. Damn it. When I hear round, I just think of a fat bird.
Yeah,
But,
imagine at some point, just to keep talking, keep things happening.
Yeah.
I imagine at some point,
Yeah, we can do
Ronan
that.
would-
Let's talk about some of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on then?
I was just gonna say, like, at some point, Ronan would probably go to his mom and let him know that, hey, engage now.
Oh, definitely.
And also would probably talk to her about wanting to go and visit the whatever domain it is that she comes from,
Yeah.
and like going and finding his dad.
No, it was bad, huh?
Over at the Skullman village.
Over up
Yeah.
in Southos Town. There's a thing.
Because we
You know, when you think about it, it's pretty fucked up that he became a stall and could not, in fact, be with her in death.
Yeah, it actually really sucks. We're
But
just
she
gonna,
would
like-
know that he was not with her in death.
Well, now he can be with her in undeath.
In death life. Life and death.
Now I can figure out a way to bring my dad back to flesh.
I mean, fuck it, man. We've done harder things.
It just actually is rehydrated Ganon.
The earth, the world begins shifting as there are now 3 male Gerudo alive. And reality becomes undone.
I just wanted to be that super freaking like ultra buff Ganon, but like like you know, like how everybody depicts them, like the sexy version.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Really ripped, swole Ganon.
freaking that one video where they do the Spanish dance.
Oh my god, that
Thank you, Ronan. I will now seduce your mother. Galen's just like, Dad?
Okay. He's just like,
it is a beautiful thing, Ronan. Watch.
Just starts playing Suavemente.
There's the gift, Suavemente.
I was about the 3D one.
Oh yeah, that was the cartoon one. Yeah, I was talking about the 3D one too.
Montage one. So good.
Does anybody else have any, like, again, because yeah, that is 1,000,000,000% something that I would like to happen as well, is just Ronan going and seeing their dad, as well as, you know, obviously you gotta let your mom know you're engaged.
Yeah.
But yeah, does anybody else have anything kind of like that's going down? Like tell me what happens with things.
Yeah.
Let me know
Okay.
what's going on in the future. We don't have to play out the scene, but let me know what's happening with these characters.
Yeah.
I would like to say that at some point when Marco is alone in Castletown again, he will probably go off and tell Rock that he finally did the thing.
Oh my
She's
god.
gonna call him out as being gay.
Oh, there is 100% just like a thing of like going over to Rock and just like, yeah, it worked. I know. I knew he liked you too. Why does everyone think this is why is this news?
We just see fucking.
Am I the only one that saw this?
Paul pops in. Yeah, it was pretty obvious from the start.
Am I the only one that sees this? Do I just have a scene for that? I don't know. That's really weird. Charcoal just walks over. I could never think of like liking someone like that. Are you fucking kidding me? We've been dating for months. What?
Not really?
We've been dating for 6 weeks, Charcoal.
Hell yeah.
I gave you a present 2 weeks ago. I gave you an anniversary gift 2 weeks ago.
I just thought that's what roommates did.
I guess that explains why they were always hanging out together.
Oh yeah, I've been having them
roommates.
I've been having them. They've been living in the same room for so long. They're that one room that's Charcoal's room right here. Every time it got to night and you guys were around, this room right here, I always put both of them in it.
You know, I was
Oh
wondering
my
why.
god, they were roommates.
You're right, Spooky. They were roommates.
I just love the idea that Charcoal is just like, yeah, I don't know how I would ever know if I like someone like that. Bitch!
Bitch,
What do you mean?
We've been sleeping in the same bed for a month.
I thought that's just what bros did. We've kissed. Tongue.
I thought you were practicing CPR.
I thought that was a
I
friend.
thought you were really passionate about first aid.
Sometimes you just tongue kiss the homies. What's up? What's wrong?
It's like Rock's life is nothing but struggles, and I feel bad for them, but it's so funny.
Oh God, I have a girlfriend.
Charcoal, her father made Charcoal have spent so much time around people at the bar that she just understands intrinsically relationships and how people feel about each other.
Jesus Christ.
Do I have to go tell Oberon and Ronan? No, they know.
Literally everyone else knows. Apparently.
But yeah, we're at a point right now, Squeaky. We're gonna do scenes, obviously, like actual scenes of things. But I'm wanting people to tell me what happens. Tell me like these other interactions that go down. Let me know, and I'll be like, I guess that happens. Yeah.
So, another thing I had in mind, first off, no matter how delicious the end result will be, do not put cabbage in instant noodles. Oh my god. This is, my tummy hurts so bad.
Polo spends a couple of days sick. from going over to the Demon Con and trying to innovate on Modeus's recipe.
It's just like, how could this work? Cabbage, and then it's just like,
I mean, it'll probably be good.
Is her doubled over in bed. Oh, don't do cabbage, don't do cabbage.
I mean, you're right. It'll probably be pretty good. The next day, neither of them leave their rooms.
They're just both doubled
God.
over. Their tummy hurts so bad.
Oh no! Is this did I cause an international incident? Is this treason?
It's
Meanwhile,
just a John thing.
Meanwhile, actual fucking Miss Nook being like, yeah, you don't put fucking a lot of cabbage in soup, especially soup with noodles, because it's just too much, and now your tummies are super bloated, you idiots.
By the way, just so everybody knows, Mr. Nook did in fact retire. He is currently living in Gerudo Village, and he is having a not that Gerudo Village. He's living in the spirit capital, and because that is a place that allows men. So they are living happily in the spirit capital.
Yay!
But yeah, before that, there was this funny thing where Polo was like, I don't know how I'm feeling, knowing that there is someone that looks like me that Galen is going to spend time with a lot more than me, with the excuse that I'm very busy, but I have no one that I can relate to about this except for Obera. and I think I can understand these feelings more if I talked to Obera.
I think that would be wonderful to have Obera and Polo speaking about the fact that they now have godly doppelgangers, and the both of them going through their coping mechanisms for it, where it's just like, oh yeah, I totally get why Galen's wanting to pick on them. I pick on mine all the time. You should try it. It's really therapeutic.
I don't want to pick on a simulacrum of me that has my face, but no. Does Ronan go and spend a lot of time with yours?
Oh, I spend more time with mine than he does, but I mean, whenever he does, I usually pick on him for it. It's like, oh, you've left me for me. I understand. She's beautiful.
Oh.
No, it's fine. I know where his heart lies. Look at this. Show's offering.
Oh, wow.
This is something that those doppelgangers can't have, right?
Oh, yes, of course. Well, you see, it is not that I am doubting Galen. It is more so that I am worried about myself. The fact that I would have even the remote feeling of jealousy.
Oh, that's just normal, isn't it?
How do I explain? It seems like in being jealous, it is making a lot of assumptions, and I wouldn't be surprised if Galen was even somewhat offended by that.
If he is, he needs to get himself checked. When it comes to jealousy, we all have it, Polo.
But
none of us are perfect, not even the gods themselves. We've all found that out through everything we've done. You can have those emotions. You're allowed to. You're allowed to feel weird about it as well. You're allowed to have as much or as little contact with them as possible. It's something that's happened, but I'm sure that if you talk with them or if you stay around them, you'll figure something out with them. I've stuck around with my doppelganger, and quite honestly, I do find that it is occasionally awkward, but at the same time, it doesn't rule me, and I know it isn't going to rule you. It's okay to have those feelings.
do you think I should cut my hair? No, I don't think so. I'm not sure if it would look good on me.
Oh, I'm sure it would look wonderful. It's just hair. It'll grow back, right? Unlike mine.
That is true. It is more of a fin than hair. I guess there was just a sense of uncertainty and wavering when I saw how excited he was about there being two of me. But I guess that would mean that had Zolaire taken another form, he wouldn't have been as excited?
It does sound very bad of him.
Like,
We should beat him up.
say, beat. I could never.
If you don't want to
I
go
just-
that far, then it does mean that you do trust him.
Maybe it is because I am too busy. He said that I am so preoccupied with things that he didn't want to be a burden, which means that with everything I've had to take care of, that he feels like a burden and doesn't wish to ask for attention. And then because of that, he gives Soleil the attention that I wish he was giving me.
There's where we are, isn't it?
But I tried to do what you did before, and it didn't work.
Doing what I did, Polo, you need to do what you need to do. Galen is very different than Ronan. Galen is very much a different person, and quite honestly, when it comes to how they're dealt with, you need to deal with them different ways. You want the attention that he's giving the other you. You want that. You crave that. And that's fine.
Mm.
I think that you need to be more assertive. I think you need to waltz up to him. You need to let him know that you want all of that pampering. And if that comes with anything you need to talk with Solaire about or with them, I'm sure that they will listen. But just because we know that they will listen does not mean that you can't vocalize things. You need to let them know whenever that something is bothering you. And whenever you want attention, you need to make sure to milk that.
See.
You deserve attention. You deserve
am-
every bit of the attention of your loved one as you need. If it were not for the fact that I know for a fact that I would get it, I would demand attention 24/7 from mine.
But would there not be a moment where you felt like you were being a burden?
Maybe before all of this. But my want to be around them, I suppose, trumps my thoughts of that. If I am a burden, then I'm sure he will let me know. Or if he didn't, then I'm not sure how much it's going to work either way. But I can always be sure, whenever I look at him, whenever I think of him, whenever I see things that remind me of him, that I want to be around him as much as I possibly can. And I can feel that he wants the same. So I will annoy the heck out of him. It is my duty.
Then I will annoy the heck out of him.
Be as annoying as you want to be. And if he can't handle it, that's his loss.
Oh.
More than anything, I believe he's already annoyed you quite a lot. He's due to have some go back.
Absolutely not.
Oh?
In fact, I find I rather enjoy those moments when he teases me. Even if in the moment I am riled up and maybe a little bit upset. After a while, I find such great joy in it.
Oh. You're the Ronin.
Huh?
I'm the Galen.
Huh?
That's a crazy thought. Sorry, I had my own thoughts for a second there. You should let him know.
I fail to understand the conclusion you have drawn upon.
You are the one that I believe is... How do I put? If I were dating you, Polo, I would want to make sure that everything I did was going to make you have as much as I can see of you. It's the same thing I do to Ronan. I want to see every expression he can make. I want him to be able to express himself in every different way. And whenever he plays for me, whenever he does things that interest him, it is thrilling to me. And I can only assume that that is what Galen would think as well. He wants to pick on you, but he doesn't want to bother you. So he has found another one to pick on, thinking that he is being a burden, thinking that he is doing things like that. I would not be the same. We are not the same person, but I can understand it. When it comes to it, if it was Ronan instead of me, if there was a copy of Ronan out there, I would be a little excited. But that doesn't mean I'm going to forget about my Ronan.
Oh. I see now.
I don't know exactly what's going on in that head of his. But if it's anything like what I would do, then I'm sure that he is, wanting more. He is also wanting attention as well.
I see.
It's a
I
two-way
have
street.
been so preoccupied with everything else going on, not knowing where to start, and while I have tried to seek him out, it always feels like there isn't a proper time, or I get pulled away in something else.
It isn't your fault. But I think that the two of you need to be not only selfish with each other, but selfish with yourselves as well. If something does pull you away to somewhere else, even if it's important, you need time for yourself and you need time for them. If I were to drag you away and be like, Polo, I need you to come here. I need you to make something. I need it. I want it. I need a cake, Polo. But you want to make your way to Galen. But I need a cake, Polo. They grab onto your hands. Polo, I just got given this ring and I need you to make me a cake.
But I need to plan my cake.
Oh, but Polo, I need a cake as well. I need you to make it for me.
I don't even know what sort of cake you like, Miss
Well,
Overall.
we should go look right now, Polo.
But
Right now, come on.
But about Galen.
We need to go and check right now. I need to know the types of cake I need to make.
But
Polo, if I don't get it right now, I'll die.
No, you won't.
Polo, it's so important. It can't wait another moment.
It will have to.
Perfect. They let go of your hands.
I guess.
And
I
to
guess
hell
in
with
this
me.
way-
You'll get to it eventually, if you want.
I guess this is another lesson in itself. I can't allow myself to be pulled every which direction.
You do whatever it is you want. You help whoever it is you want. But if you crave attention, and you know that they do the same, then you give yourself some time. If you don't, I'll tell on you. I'll tell your brothers, I'll tell Ronan, I'll tell Marco, I'll tell everyone until they do all of the work for you.
That would be a burden on them as well, wouldn't it not?
And I don't mind burdening them. But I'm not going to. Because I know that you can take care of yourself. And now that you know what we've talked about here, it will always be in your head. And you will make the best decision for yourself, right? Or else. eating a cake.
What?
Yells up to the top of the cliff.
Oh, you need help?
But
I don't
think
really know
about
much about cooking, about baking, but I can help if you want.
think about a cake you would like.
Gotcha.
I recommend does Zora like fruit?
Ronan, do you like fruit?
Yeah. I love fruit. Not as much as Jasna, but I do like it.
Something
The only
hydrating.
cake I've ever really had actually is the one that the castle made, and I would prefer not that one. So
The
I
cursed
think we all
cake.
prefer not that one.
She's spitting facts.
We could
Hold on.
entertain. Yeah, not now.
Okay.
Look how distraught he is.
Well, you got your own thing to make as well, so I figured it'd probably be a while.
There's just a look at Ronan completely contradicting that, and looks back at Obera.
He's distraught. He can't get over it himself.
Woe is me.
I'll take him away.
I do?
I'll get him out of here.
Okay.
Don't worry, Polo. I'll make sure you get your time.
Congratulations on your engagement.
Oh, thank you.
They say it at the same time. It perfectly synced on my end.
It was pretty great.
Well, Polo, it looks like the commitment that you had with Ronan was postponed to another time. You have a free night at this point.
It's just Oprah's just like, run to him, Polo.
Go.
As fast as you can.
Run to him. Tell Zolaire to make it rain like in the Notebook. What?
The Notebook, Polo. It's a movie. Don't worry about it.
I'm the Notebook, despite what it's called. It's a movie. Don't worry about it.
The parchment.
The scrolls.
Yeah, I guess from there she would look for Gallon. Just like, if I was Zolaire, where would Zolaire be? That would probably be where Gallon is, right?
Polo, you would make your way all the way over into one of the settlements away. You feel like you can feel that is where Zolaire is at the moment. You still have some kind of connection with them, like Zolaire said earlier. You find as you move off and away, as you take your several different changing teleportation areas to make your way there, you run up onto the settlement. As you do find that there is a Gallon outside of the settlement, looking as if they are returning toward in the direction of Lon Lon, probably going toward the same little teleportation area. But as you approach, you just see Polo. Oh, I can't let you see me now. I'm still not done apologizing.
Huh? Wait, what?
Don't worry. I'll be sure to stop time again, like I said.
No.
Well, not really. I was gonna have people pretend. Don't worry.
No. You don't have to.
It was mostly a joke. I'm sorry. I didn't have that come across very well. You're out of breath. Should I carry you?
Yeah. Yeah, yes. Unless it is, yes. Unless you could, no, yes.
Well. He makes his way over to you. As he does, he goes to pick you up. You do note that there is strain because little wussy baby man. But he does pick you up with little effort, but does do some effort to do so. Oh, I gotta work out.
It's quite all right.
Don't take that the wrong way. I got winded moving the mattress the other day.
Mattress?
Yeah, I'm mostly, he, like, goes over to his hand as he does. Flimsy little mage, you know.
Well, why did you move a mattress?
I've been over at the tower. I was remembering the time that we were spending over there. You know, whenever, I was studying and you were there with me every night.
Mm-hmm. Do you not wish to be there anymore?
Oh, I was just moving it from one side to the other.
Oh.
It
I
wasn't
see.
anything. Probably shouldn't have even mentioned it. Hi.
Hello?
Sorry, I just had a conversation with Zolaire.
You did?
Yeah, turns out I was taking my joke a little bit too far.
It was a joke?
Oh, yeah, obviously. I wasn't gonna actually cut his hair off.
Oh, I see.
I mean, he actually, seemed like he might want to at some point. He handed these back to me and said that if there was ever a time that I could definitely help out with it. Obviously, motions to his self, but still holding on to you. Obviously, I understand my way around a comb and a brush.
How is Master Zola faring? And, I guess we could still refer to them as he?
I've been thinking about he, but I mean, it just really depends, right?
I guess so.
We can ask him or them, whichever.
Well,
Probably them until
how
we find out, right?
Yes, but how is Master Zola faring in their new form?
They seem to be a little, I guess a couple of things I need to talk with you about. So I'm not gonna put words in his mouth. Wow, I just said the same thing about you. I don't, how do I put it? We had a conversation about how you might be feeling about them. Again, I don't want to put too many words in their mouth, but they seem to wonder how you might have thought of them being around. And it seemed like they were a little bit nervous about it, and they had a bit of an analogy for me that I think I sort of took in a different direction. Probably shouldn't have done that either, but it seems like I had a lot of things to get out as well. It was a pleasant conversation, at least to what I thought, so it seems fine, but I do think that the two of you need to speak. You're friends, right?
It is rather odd. I know Zolaire is no longer within me, and yet it feels odd. It still feels like somehow we are even the tiniest bit connected.
There's a tiny little note from him whenever you say that, like
I'm not quite sure how I feel about it. It gives me a worry that I think in some way might have also transferred to Master Zolaire. It might make their mortality burdensome.
I get that. Never mind.
Is something on your mind?
No, I'm fine.
No, you're not.
I'm not fine. It's a small thing. I feel weird even bringing it up, sorry.
If it is something that concerns you, then it is no small matter. Especially if it is one that upsets you.
It didn't upset me. It did a while back. You're gonna think I'm a baby. back whenever Zolaire first showed up, back whenever you first brought him in and everything went as it did, I went to talk to Kuro. I'm not someone that gets like this much, I don't think, but it made me feel
All
a
of
bit.
you?
Yeah. And I know I didn't need to. I'm not saying that anything was going on or anything like that. That's not what I'm saying at all. I felt weird because there was somebody who could experience things with you that I could never do. And when I thought about it, when I thought that you were having these experiences with somebody that was like that, I felt horrible. And I felt even more horrible because I was feeling like that. I don't own you, Polo. But the thought that you had this intimate other friend that I knew wasn't going to take you from me or anything. I knew that. But I wanted those moments. I wanted them, and...
Is that why you bullied Master Zola?
Kuro talked me a little bit, and I eventually realized I was being silly, but I think I might have overcorrected a bit. So whenever I finally met them, I got a little revenge. It's nothing against them. Zolaire's great. And again, it's nothing against you. I knew what was happening. I just didn't want to bring it up. It just felt weird to bring up. It's neither of your fault, and I was jealous.
Can I be honest now?
Yeah.
I was jealous as well.
Oh?
Well, you always have such a way with words, and I can't see how anyone couldn't want to be around you. And I always found it rather odd how you seemed so attached to Master Zolaire. At least that's how I had seen it. And I'm sure it was my own misconceptions and insecurities coming out.
They were somebody close to you, and I wanted that as well.
I felt like you had saw something in them that you wish you might have saw in me. And that, I guess maybe having a weird little secret tryst in the night was how you both get away with it. And
Ooh.
it was all so stupid in my head, and it made no sense at all, but I always thought, well, why won't he style my hair, or talk about dressing me up, or give me attention? But
you do wonderfully with your hair. I mean, obviously, if you want any kind of pointers or anything, I'm there, and I would pamper you all the time. I would make you a doll.
It wasn't just that, though. So many things have been happening in these past couple days, weeks even. Us getting pulled every such direction, not really having a moment for one another. And I let myself be dragged away. Because it's what we had to do. As champions and future monarchs and leaders and all of that. But what I wanted to be more than a future queen or a champion or a diplomat or anything like that. It's just someone by your side. But I felt so stupid asking for that. Like it was so selfish.
You feel the grip on you get tighter as he's holding on to you. Polo. If it would mean even another second by your side without a single other person, I would take you right now and run away from Hyrule. To
Time
hell
was
with
rather large.
all of that. Forget responsibility, forget queendom, forget male Gerudo, forget our friends, my brother, our brothers. Forget any of that. I would go in a heartbeat. If you told me right now to run and keep running, I would fly because I don't want to run. But we would go over that lake. We would go beyond where anyone could find us. But I don't want that. And I know you don't want that. I know that you have responsibilities, and I do as well. As much as I have spent most of my time running away from them. But if you said the word right now, I would not mind leaving all of that to literally anyone else. Our friends are resourceful, and they can handle it without us. Our family can handle it without us. And you would be mine for as long as you can stand me, and I yours.
You'd be surprised at how resilient I am. I've stood you for this long, have I not? And not once has it felt like tolerating.
He leans down a bit and he goes to give a kiss on the cheek. And say the word.
Maybe just for one night, we can forget about the world. It's been so long since the last time, or at least it's felt like forever.
Later, Hyrule. You see immediately just a wind pick up around the two of you. As it does, you two start floating up into the sky. As he does, he looks to you. And he starts spinning. Slowly, not uncomfortably. Nobody's getting dizzy or throwing up. But he starts spinning, staring just at your eyes. You go to look around, he moves your chin to him so that you cannot see where you guys are pointing.
Hey.
Tell me when to stop. Wherever we stop, that's where we go. And we'll come back whenever we feel like it.
No.
Like you said. It's only a short while. He stops when you say now. And I don't know which direction you guys fucking went. But Gallon speeds off. You feel for a second as if the speed is a little bit too much. However, the wind seems to surround you all in a position where the forces seem to completely nullify. As Gallon flies off in a direction.
There your brother goes.
there other you is. Think they're gonna kiss?
Oh, they absolutely will. Something tells me they're gonna do probably more than that.
Oh, there
We're
goes.
gonna have to do something about. We're gonna have to do something about that line.
Oh, there goes Marco Nosy Hair. Oh, there goes Zelda and Gorthos.
Maybe this. You know what, Kuro?
I think we're going south.
You know what?
There's just the random as like Zolaire sees that gallon-shaped object float off towards anywhere where it's going. There's just a little hand on Zolaire's hips.
You know what, Kuro? I had the brief passing thought that at some point I should consider rebuilding my temple. But then I thought, maybe I should start anew and build a new one.
Yeah, that would be fun.
There's a lot of love going on here right now, and I think this will be perfect.
Sure, if you would like. Again,
After we have our fill of adventure.
I don't
After
mind
all, these
staying
things are
in.
too small to build them.
I don't mind staying in a place for any amount of time. I just, as I said, itchy feet. But I can
Itchy
stay
feet,
for a
of
short
course.
time.
We should talk to Gorthos about setting a foundation. I think he'd love to do that. And then we can go everywhere when it's built.
Oh,
and then we can be
I've heard
our
down,
little love nest.
I've heard down the grapevine that Gorthos is in some trouble.
How then he can make it up to me by building me a temple.
Apparently,
And
he
then think
didn't
about
get
it.
the hint, right?
Maybe, probably not. But think about it, Kuro. Adventurers would come from far and wide to our temple of love.
Our temple.
Yeah, our temple.
Yeah, I guess I would help build it.
You're gonna need a place to rest those itchy feet every once in a while, right?
Then let's do it. Find a good place.
Awesome. Oh, Gorthos! Want to build me a temple?
Gorthos, you have just seen Zelda just go off into one of the tents as there is just a not look of them turning back immediately. There is a potential waiting a few days before that.
Gorthos, I have decided.
Oh, hello, Solaire.
How could you tell?
You've decided something?
Yes, of course. I have decided that you will build me a temple.
Oh, he hasn't done that in a while.
And I think a new temple of love to bring on a new age and maybe you a lesson.
You...
Yeah,
Looks intense.
the words
Looks
happen. The
intense.
words happening all over the witch's brew.
Can you not feel it, Gorthos? This place is shining in is a shining beacon of love.
Oh, he's feeling something, all right.
And I think that building my temple is the great way to sort that mind of yours. No rush, of course. Just before I die. I don't know how long I have.
A while. Well, it seems the foreseeable future has opened up.
Do you need some pointers, by the way?
Sure.
Okay, well, first I'm gonna probably have to talk to Zelda over there and see what the hell her grub is.
I'm fine.
Are you now?
I can hear all of you, by the way.
Okay, good.
That doesn't mean I was right. It doesn't mean I was up against the tent or anything. I'm just gonna go lay down.
Well,
It's
I
been a
hope
day.
you don't mind me taking your currently stale stud muffin and making him make me a temple.
Oh, sure. He's not busy at all.
No, not anymore. Not anymore. Don't worry, we'll make sure that the final brick at the very top of my tower has Zelda engraved on it. Love, Gorthos. That way it can kind of be hers too, I guess.
Are those things going to be needing a lot more than bricks?
Don't worry, you and her have forever, right?
Oh no, we have forever. She can just hold on to it, can't she?
Mhm.
Gorthos, you're not entirely sure when this huffiness that is happening from Zelda will end. However, you do know, looking at Zelda and feeling the feeling you have from you, despite the fact that they are the mortal goddess, that also does mean she most likely, just same as the other potentially gods that have their mortal forms at this point, potentially they could just keep living.
Oh no. She can be mad for a long time now. Uh-oh.
So,
Where do you want the temple?
well, right now I need to find a good center of all this feeling. At first, I had heard a long time ago that there was a lake somewhere in Hyrule that was shaped like a heart, and I thought that that was perfect. But then I heard that other people were going to another heart-shaped lake that wasn't full. And then I thought, well, screw the new temple, I'll just rebuild my old one. But Galen is freeloading in it, and that means I'd have to spend time with him. And so I thought that this place would be best. Besides, it's got a good air of sunlight as well. Also, it doesn't smell like Lizalfo's pit.
That's not a fun one. That smell.
You guys talk it out.
Mhm.
Obviously, the idea of the temple will be something that wants to happen before Zolaire dies, which, again, according to the idea of God's immortal form, you're decently sure is any time between now and never.
Ah, shit, man.
But
Could be when I decide I'm kind of done with this and want to go back to the Sacred Realm. So probably as long as Kuro lives.
as we get to the end of that scene, with people going off in different directions, with people eventually going and doing their things, is there anything, before I get to the scene I want to do, is there anything that anybody would like to do?
There is something.
Of course.
There's a lot of some things, but I think the big thing I want Gorthos to do requires everyone.
So we're off in the far-flung future of when everyone's
Yeah,
finally
far.
there.
It would be at the very least probably like a week in the future from this
Yeah.
event, because no matter how much I think about it, there will always be a Polo and Galen go off, they then go, it'll just be the night, and then Galen wakes up like, it could also be just tonight, and then they stay there for another night.
In and out, 20-minute adventure.
Not to mention, you know, the idea that Marco would be very much into their elite training, their Royal Guard training. The idea that Ronan would need to get things together for their engagement because they don't really understand what that means. But eventually there will probably be some kind of party and some kind of things to go down. They've been told by several people.
Multicultural fucking wedding.
Their mom is just like, oh no, I had a wedding once. It was crazy.
She can give us pointers.
But you know, that would happen anytime between now and like a year or so from now, who knows. The things going on from all the different Gorthoses, Polo getting things ready for the showing of the Great Demon Kingdom, otherwise known as whatever we decided last week, because I can't remember. And I would say that a good time to collect them would probably be like maybe a couple of weeks to a month after the event that just happened. But eventually all of you are asked to come and chat by a Gorthos. It is gotten to you all through different ways, different things. Unless any of you decide that you don't want to go and talk to Gorthos, that's perfectly fine. I don't blame you.
What? The man I risked my entire life to bring back to
Honestly, he's been around a little bit too long, I think. Yeah, you can only handle so much
now have a new
Gorthos.
lease on life because
Why
I
did you
could have
upset
killed
the
myself
mortal
doing
goddess?
that.
Why did you upset the mortal goddess? What did you do?
Is she still mad?
We heard through the grapevine.
I was there.
Oh, that's right.
Ronan is the grapevine.
Ronan is the one starting all this.
We have talked. Anyway,
We have talked about things. I don't know if it's exactly what I want to be talking about. They seem to avoid certain questions. Anyway.
They're a little dodgy on some things. He hasn't slept in the same house for some time. The important thing is, there is something he wanted to tell you all.
Yeah.
So, this life, he thinks, has been one of the most mind-bending, convoluted, frustrating, and wondrous he's ever had. Which is saying a lot, considering. He thinks he's never felt more honored to be by the sides of great heroes before. Not like this. He's so happy to see that even if he was gone, the world really had nothing to ever worry about. And he thinks it's time he hung up the sword.
What?
Whoa, really?
Really?
What will you do then?
He has no idea. It's actually quite scary.
I bet.
And who even knows if it's forever? People come out of retirement all the time, right?
That is true. People. That is a very common trope that happens. And
Okay,
also, you
good.
are
He
just
wasn't sure.
immortal. You're also just
Yeah.
immortal, so.
There was a time he would have offered each of you a spot in the Riders. But he thinks that we all, more or less, have bigger things to worry about now, don't we?
Hmm.
That being said, though, it's not like the Riders alone were the only heroes defending the world. And he has thought of some projects to keep him occupied. Yeah. Personal relationship projects notwithstanding. Different projects. More simple.
Good.
And he can't help but notice that Adventurers Guild is lacquered, isn't it?
A bit,
So,
yeah.
he's thought, why not throw his hat into the ring?
Want to start up
And being
guild,
proprietor.
huh?
And being a proprietor.
Of a new Heroes Guild.
Ooh.
Oh.
A place for people from all across, not just Hyrule, the Northlands, Eastern, Southern, Western. You know, if there is anything out in the ocean still, he hasn't gone up, he hasn't checked in on those islands. But still, better, stronger, bigger, and potentially there could still be the Riders should they need to exist. And he thinks that out of every one of us here that has a proclivity to continue their escapades across the land, he looks at Marco.
Oh yeah. I'm not done yet.
Well, congratulations then, Marco. Gorthos bequeaths unto you the title of Lord and Master of the Four Riders.
What?
He hopes that the four that you pick are worthy. Well, hopes. He knows they will.
That's gonna be weird, because Hosier's already the party leader, and I'd be like the leader of the Riders. There we go. That solves the power imbalance. I'm so worried about.
There's the power. There we go. There's no more power imbalance now.
There will be. Well, at least with Gorthos, Avory was always around, so.
And where will your guild be situated in?
He was thinking of turning the house into a giant guild fortress palace But apparently it's going to be an inn instead, and that seemed far more Chefos' speed.
Well, it was going to be an inn / tavern / a myriad of things, but it could also be the location of an adventurers guild, or at least a subset of it.
Ooh, perhaps, yes, with the Nexus. Gorthos can build a hall in every. Yes. Do we have enough doorknobs still? Do they even exist still?
Oh yeah.
We still have some doorknobs.
When
Might
it
have
comes
to
to
adjust them.
when it comes to the teleportation area, currently it is being controlled by Chefos alone.
Shepos,
Oh.
Shepos did tell me that with some
Shefos
time
has
he
a
could...
ton of power in that place now, but he has not been able to remake the doorknobs quite yet.
Shepos said that with some time he should be able to, while not perfectly recreate the doorknobs as before, he should be able to create something very close and probably even better in the future, now that he has fully harnessed his powers.
It is phenomenal news. The world will be interconnected through these. Heroes from all around.
Not to mention with the garden overflowing with produce and produce and the like, it should also be easy to feed and house any adventurers that use the guild as home.
Yes, and we have to take the money out because Gorthos has recently learned what inflation is.
I mean, the government doesn't have to know.
Well,
I mean-
yes, but that's beside the point.
I mean, the plan I had hatched with Shefos was that to have him have a trade deal with the Sheikah, and also one with the North.
Ooh.
Yes, Gorthos thinks that setting up a teleportation link to the Sheikah home is important. Especially because now he knows the Shadow Temple is there. They can't stop him forever now. He will see what's in there. Since every other one. But in any case. It's nice to finally tell people about this. He's been stewing over this for a while.
It sounds like a great idea.
I just spent
And if you ever
like
need any help setting it up,
I just spent like 5 minutes looking for a token, and then I found it right in front of my face right after I just got the token from the room anyway by searching for it in a different thing. Don't worry about it. Continue.
Good job.
if you ever need any help setting it up, I'm more than happy to lend a hand.
He'd be honored. Maybe even so you could come by sometimes and teach, lecture,
Oh, man.
share stories.
I had already ensured that Shefos would always promise me a bed there, since I
I'm
do
already-
intend to visit.
And I'm already going to be teaching some people how to do spelunker things. I can do that for a lot more people then.
Well, if it doesn't take away from anything, you have so many responsibilities after all.
It is true. I'm just chock full of 'em. So, Gortho, since you're making a guild, you got a name for it?
So far, he only has Heroes Guild, but naming things was never his strongest suit. He means, the diamond spear. It's kind of a spear made of diamond. It's the naming part that gets him.
I think you did well with the bellwether.
Oh, well, he had inspiration, a spark. This is more difficult. It has to be a name that doesn't alienate anyone. A place that all people can come. And that's what Gorthos wants. Just regardless of tribe or old affiliations. Such. Perhaps even one day monsters might be in there. Who knows? The world is full of insane possibilities now that the cycle has been broken.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you hear a ding-a-ling-a-ling. Yeah, flying out from Ronin bag. There's always then, if you're talking about that. I mean, like you said, the world's full of them, right? Heroes and whatnot. You could just call it the World's Guild.
The world's guild.
Ooh.
Doesn't
Yes.
sound
Yes, this is a nice name. Thank you, Z.
C sort of looks down a bit as you say that. I'm actually glad all of you are around.
Yeah.
Is something the matter?
No, in fact, very different. Something wonderful. But I guess, the biggest thing that I can say is I'm glad that I was able to contribute to that a bit.
This is sounding like a goodbye, Z. What's happened?
Z flutters off and gets into the center of you guys. I'm leaving Hyrule.
What?
Ah.
Hyrule. Just completely.
Most likely, I'm not sure when I'll return. But I feel something.
Oh?
I helped plant the new Deku tree, and whenever I was there, I felt that, well, I was the great fairy of the last one. Well, part of me was, at least. And it never really felt like I should stay there. It felt a little alien. Like me staying there might have stopped something else from showing or growing. And then whenever I traveled around, whenever we were all figuring out things with Ronan, with everything going on, I do want to stick around for, anything that's important. So I was actually planning on talking about this after, any celebrations or anything that went down, but I feel like I want to be whole again.
Oh.
He sees.
I want to
Makes sense.
help the fountains that have dried up. And I want to find maybe a new one for myself. And
See.
I want to figure out more of myself. As much as I feel like I'm me and I've grown, and if what happened didn't happen, I might have not been as me as I am. I am a great fairy. One that has power over strange magics. And if I don't cherish that, if I don't feed into that, that will always be gone. There isn't another great fairy like me. There isn't another fairy like me. I feel like if I don't leave, if I don't become whole, what I was and what I represent might go away. It's a weird feeling. I don't have a goal. I don't know where to go. But I just know that I want to go somewhere else.
Isn't that not reason enough?
And I know it's somewhere that none of you can go.
There's no place we can't go. It's impossible.
As much as you've been around the world, Gorthos, as much as this world has needed you and you have roamed every single bit of it, there are places that I feel are still something to be new. Beyond legend, beyond idea. This world is vast. There's more. And until I find what I'm looking for, I don't think I'll return.
Well then,
I'm glad I
There's
met
only
all
one-
of you. And I'm glad I was able to help in whatever ways I could. And I'm glad that I was able to help just then, even a little bit.
You've been indispensable to us, see?
Absolutely.
Thank you for being with us all this time.
I don't want
So
any of us to
grateful we
thank.
got to meet you.
I don't want any of us to thank each other. It's weird. We're all friends.
Mm-hmm.
Then
And
you
I
will
don't-
not think.
And I don't
There is-
feel. And I don't feel that.
Mhm.
I want us to thank each other. I don't feel that. I want us to apologize. I don't feel that I want us to. I don't want us to say goodbye. Either. Because I know. While I may not know when I'm coming back, that I'm going to see you again.
Yeah.
Because you're more important to me than whatever this feeling is. But I do have to follow this feeling.
Of course.
And follow it. And whenever you're ready to come on back, we'll have a spot waiting for you.
A spot. Not a spot. He just he very gently clasps Z in his hand. Very gently picks it up. Not just a spot, no. He will build you a fountain. Large, grandiose. What, you want water features? It will be nothing but water features. A fountain of fountains. One that the world will see and be jealous of.
I've convinced a couple of the fairies to come with me. So I won't be alone, either. But I'm sorry, I didn't want to bring it up before everything was done. I want to see everything that I can before I go. I want to see Polo and Gallon. I want to see what you guys end up making up in the north. I want to see this guild and what ends up happening with it. I want to see this great adventuring party you're putting forth together, Marco. And I want to see that smile on your face whenever that celebration happens with you, Ronan. So, I'm not sure when I'll go. I'll stay around as long as I can stand it. And when I go, just know that I'll return. If that's okay.
Of course.
Of course it's okay.
However, just so that I know that you'll come back, he plucks off the feather from his hat and he hands it over to Z.
Marco,
We'll make
that's
it a
yours.
promise.
I don't need to jump. Marco, I can fly.
I know you can fly. It's not about you needing the item or using it. It's about a promise.
Then I'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make a sash or something with it.
Exactly.
Oh, this is huge on me.
Like the feather's half his size.
I mean, hey, as you're still around, you just have somebody shrink it.
You know, World's Guild is nice. But seeing as how this will be the destination of a fairy, the fairy's tale.
God damn it. God damn it. Anthony,
I knew it was coming. I knew what was happening. You fucking goober.
Gorthus, I think the World's Guild fits better.
Yeah, I helped come up with that name.
Yeah, I feel like I heard that one somewhere else. I feel like it might be trademarked.
Since when? Gorthus has only thought of this just now.
The idea is fresh. There's no way anyone else could have thought of it.
Fine, we'll keep it World's Guild. Still. He knows you'll be back. Obviously.
Obviously.
That won't be for a while. I'm not planning on going right now. I just thought it was a good time since all of you were here.
Mhm.
Yeah. Well, until that time comes, you should make the most of it. We have so many celebrations after all.
Yeah, we're gonna have to make them count.
And make them count you did. Does anybody have anything they want to do? Anything they want to tell me happens? Anything we need to say? Before we get to what I have to say at the end of this.
I think I'm good.
Nothing.
I've got nothing either.
Yeah, I knocked down Zolair's temple at the same time. That's great.
The temple eventually gets built. Quicker than Zolair would have wanted, because obviously Gorthos.
And look at all these fire features.
Oh, and I guess I give the heckin' gauntlets, the super strength gauntlets, back to Atalanta. That's the thing he said he would do. So
Of
yeah,
course,
he'll do that.
Mhm.
You eventually
Didn't-
bring them back. They at that point are very much like, oh, I just got used to the weight of this thing. They get it. Oh, they wield it like a fucking pro at that point.
Fuck yeah.
You know what? There is
Go ahead. Tell me.
because Marco is going to be annoying about it. He's going to help Z procure as much resources as the fairies will need and get them trucking down for his adventure.
By the way, if you want to know which fairies are going,
Oh god. Oh man. Which ones? I wonder.
it will be 2 other fairies. The 2 that will be making their way are Bali and Hunter.
Wow.
Oh, I think in Hunt, he's going somewhere else aside from the forest.
He wants out.
And because we have so many, they also get a bottle with lightning in it. It'll be great for them.
Also, I
just-
like the idea because it's blue, red, and purple.
I find it surprising because it's like, A-Star, are you not also a great fairy?
I want to stay with you. And you want me to go?
No, you don't have to go. if you don't want to.
I didn't realize you hate me.
I had a feeling too, but that seems like it's really far away.
I mean, if you do decide to go, you're welcome to come home anytime you wish. If you decide that you don't want to be there anymore.
Okay, I can try. They leave for like 10 minutes. They come back.
I got tired. I got tired.
Fucking Ace just depressed.
But yeah, Hunter is just
Shit.
like, I'm fucking done with Hyrule. I want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore.
Just leave.
They're far from the first.
And Squirrel is like, I would go, but that would require me to be around other fairies and other people, and that's too much anxiety.
Yeah, you're like, just Santa.
Let's keep
Oh
the ball
shit.
going. Because she was the one at the beginning who was like,
They say he was
Yeah.
cute.
Yeah.
Mm.
But yeah. There would be some gathering of resources. They don't need much because they're fairies, obviously, but Marco, you would make sure that they had just about anything they would need. You loaded them down with as many magic items as a fairy can handle.
Yeah. Magic bottle, the feather.
The master sword. No, I'm playing.
You want the master sword?
You want the master sword? I can go get the master sword for you. I'm gonna go. You know what? I'm gonna go get the master.
You know what? The magic key that I never fucking used through the entire campaign.
They get loaded down with a bunch of things, and eventually, again, the temple gets made. Eventually, the party is made. Marco, your party in Hyrule is eventually known to be of equal value to even that of the Domran party, especially with your now notoriety coming from the idea of the four riders. While nobody in Hyrule Castletown understands it much. There is a lot of there's a lot of stuff that comes from that. Going to the Stall Village, for example, they know every fucking thing, and I've been sitting here like if anybody knew anything of the past, it's those guys. They fucking know. They're like, Gorthos sent you. There's a fuck yeah, you're the writers now. Oh, that's great, bud.
Yeah.
Oh, that's great, bud.
Sure there, bud.
For
They all
sure
have
there, bud.
They all have an installed like the Canadian accent.
Again, the temple
good
is
place
made,
purpose.
and eventually the different camps as well as other areas are reinforced, as Gorthos has put down their blade for the full amount, but has been doing other such things as well. Eventually the castle, the king steps down, and of course the Bishop of War takes it. Vega establishes the kingdom to the north after settling a few things that were going on with Hadar's wars that were going on in the west or the east. The Donu were able to effectively become a police force for the city of commerce up in the northern areas as well. The Rito that was ruling that place was very happy to have the muscle to kick the ne'er-do-wells out on their fucking I was gonna say ne'er-do-ass, but it didn't make sense. I'm saying it anyway. The quote-unquote bandit queen eventually stepped down from queen and became a ruler, became a mayor, a mayoral figure for that area, as they became very much associated more with travel and commerce than banditry. It seemed that they had a conversation with the god and were able to be let down decently well from the area. It turns out that the god, while they really were about the whole aesthetic and the whole thing they were looking for, neither of them truly wanted the relationship between them to happen. They didn't know each other, and while she was always looking for that one person that made their heart flutter a bit, they eventually understood that wasn't something they were actively chasing. It was more a curse that was laid upon them. But they still were very happy to have the conversation with the god of the lands. The river and Caesora were always at this point keeping themselves open, their borders stronger than ever. A new large area between the river and the lake was able to be made, a new city that had a good mix of the two of them, as well as some of the other inhabitants around, some Lizalfos that were able to be more cordial with people, eventually joined their ranks as well.
Did the River Zora end up getting their heckin' relic equivalent to the diamond spear?
Oh
from
yeah,
Gorthos?
easily.
Yeah, I was going to ask that after you were done explaining the city.
They didn't end up asking for it, but one day Gorthos just showed up to the queen with a fucking humongous shield that said, no, this will fix all your problems. Let me explain. The entire time Gorthos doing all these different things would have a Zelda with and behind them, where at first we see them go through these different things. There is definitely the sense of them being huffy about things. It eventually faded to a just sense of smiling and happiness that Gorthos was still doing what he wanted to do. However, obviously she's going to milk this for as long as she can,
Which is forever.
They can literally do this for all time. Eventually there is a Link that goes by going, hey, are you actually mad? And she's like, lol, no. But don't tell him that.
Well, hello, Link. What were you whispering about?
Not a damn thing. Anyway. Not a damn thing, Dad. Bye.
He knows that response. What was it?
There is obviously several celebrations that would happen over the course of time as people were getting ready to go and do things. There would be obviously after the formation of the Great Demon Kingdom, there is obviously the word of the joining of the Princess of the Demon Kingdom, who is essentially going to become the next queen, with the male Gerudo. That while maybe they don't see as completely needed, is definitely something that sends a wave of excitement throughout the North, something that is able to be a sort of not solidifying mark on things, but definitely is something that gets them all hyped up to be a part of something, greater. It seems that people of the North were desperately wanting to have the same security as the people in Hyrule, so having a event like this to be brought together from is a wonderful feeling for a lot of the scattered demon and Donu tribes. There is also the thought of Ronin and Obra having their joining ceremony, where the king and queen of the two domains were basically not forcing, but definitely had almost every people that is under the banner of the Zora coming to take part in. This included, for some reason, the Rito, who believed that they should be there. Just going back into the idea that the Rito, a lot of them believe them to be descendants of the Zora.
The entire fucking town is just third wheeling it at the wedding.
There's just that one Rito where it's like, if we're descended from Zora, why are there still Zora?
It's more of a feeling a lot of the Rito have. They're like, the ancient texts say that we came from a great flood, and that must mean we're Zora.
There's a couple water bird Rito that have like the webbed feet and the flipper and
exactly.
fins. There's a penguin Rito where it's like, look at him.
Look, it's the missing link.
It's the missing
Link's like, what?
The fucking penguin Rito.
But it was even able to bring the Zora from the Damned City as well as several tribes of Zora from all around, including the areas to the north and south of Hyrule, which we start seeing more, a couple of them that start to resemble Ronin a lot more, from those who were invited by Ronin's mother, as well as Ronin's father, who is in attendance.
Hell yeah!
Wearing a suit and tie in a stall.
Fuck
Hell
yes.
Wait, Gorthos thinks he knows that bone structure.
Eventually, through all the celebrations, you guys do have a day where you're not sure where Z went. Again, Z not wanting to say goodbye, not wanting to have a big goodbye or anything like that happen. They seem to wait for all of these great things to go by, and it seems to almost be signified at the very end of it with a very much at the end of the celebration that happened with Ronin. There was a very public display of forgiveness from Zelda, as they would go and give Gorthos the biggest kiss after months and months of not having any physical affection.
Oh my god.
Yeah. But this seemed to be a signifying force to Z that everything is working out. The three of them make their way up into the Hyrulean sky. They would look down toward the new settlements showing up all over the area where the Damned City's potential flood zone is, knowing that someone like Gorthos reinforcing areas would mean that place is never gonna fucking go down now. The people making their way up back and around towards Spectacle Rock, the new little settlements that would happen between Hyrule and its new neighbor. The ideas that Koro would have slipped away with Zolaire, making their way off into the west, looking for this mystical place that the Koro's contact Hendrickson said was a wonderful place called Termina. And with all these events transpiring, sorry. with all these events transpiring. The events that happened in Hyrule, the ending of an era of terror is settled. Never to be opened again. At least in the same way. For there is always darkness of potentially equal or greater value than the last. But in the same way, there will always be heroes. There will always be good people. And there will always be communities that will fight against it. And all of these things in the kingdoms of Hyrule and the Great Demon Kingdom, they would all be unified by the ideas of their champions. The ones that ended it all through aid of various goddesses and gods from different walks, from different places, both seemingly dark and light. Hyrule and the surrounding areas heal. And does the cycle start again? We'd like to think that instead there is a happily ever after. I think we're done.
Oh. How dare you?
And then the moon comes down!
And then the moon!
The moon!
Ugh.
I'm coming, Antares, you bitch!
What do you mean he's dead?
I'm coming, Antares's family and friends!
What? What do you mean it's over? But I'm here. I'm here now. It can't be over.
My GPS totally started working. Am I late? Guys? Hello?
We did it. 155 plus 3 backstory episodes. We don't count those. 155 sessions.
I fucking do. How dare
I
you?
Well, they
158
don't
sessions.
they don't count toward the number, right?
They do in my heart.
Thank you
Oh, man.
for such an incredible campaign.
155 plus
much.
3 sessions.
Yeah.
Thank all of you so much. This was so much fun.
It's just such a good fucking time.
We are going to end the recording here, but we are going to stick around for a little bit for some other stuff. I would like to say thank you to everybody watching. This is most likely going to be the longest playlist we have here for quite a while.
Oh yeah.
And if you've made it this far, I don't know, tell us something only we would know. Tell us something only we would know in the chat. Something from this game. Something only the real ones would know. You know the one to say.
You know.
I don't, but you know.
Yeah, let's talk about your favorite moments. Just heckin' talk about it.
And don't tell me to reply.
Don't tell her to reply.
Don't tell anybody to reply.
You know what? Actually, say please reply. That way I know you got here.
Oh my
Oh,
fucking god.
That being said,
Fuck.
until next time, like always, later days.
Later days.
Goodbye.
Bye bye.
See ya.